Alrighty, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Hopefully, you're doing fine, because I'm doing good too. Oh, I know. Hey, how you guys doing? Let me bounce this over to here. Say, hey, what's up? Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. I hope you guys are doing good, because I'm doing good too. I'm a little bit tired. I'm still trying to fix my sleep schedule from like the back-to-back 10 to 15 hour streams from the first week of this year. Crazy. It's been only a week, and I've done let's see, the New Year's Eve stream was 16 hours. The last time we read this, it was part of the Black Oath Marathon, where I was there for a bit, and then we read this, and that was another like 10 hours. And then the last half of the Black Oath Marathon, which was like almost another like 15 hours, 16 hours. Oh, it was a lot. You know what? You're right. That's true, Krusny. Showing my age. I'm not that old. Oh my god. Oh. Look, there's been a lot going on, okay? And it was a lot of fun. Look, if you say that, London, like, you can think about, like, last stream where we literally were playing Gary's mod, and I'm like, so sleepy from streaming. Look, I do not recommend staying up for, like, you know, an excess of, like, I want to say maybe 18 hours a day plus. It's probably bad. Just, you know. Look, be good to yourselves, alright? That's all I'm saying, alright? Make sure you're getting enough sleep. Make sure you're, remembering to eat food before stream, which is something that I had to remember, so, you know, you do that. What else? Oh, and stay hydrated. Yeah, that's important too. Although I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, to be honest. But how you guys doing? Eat your daily crayons. Yeah, of course. Can't forget that part. You don't recommend getting up at all. Not worth it. Look. You gotta get up at least a little bit, because then you oversleep. And then you feel like a raisin in the morning. You're gonna be like, oh, my arms and legs are too tired. I can't get up. Look, you gotta not oversleep either, because then that's also bad. And then you just feel like a zombie, and it's, Ooh, nice. Look, Zachary, that's great. That is very, very good. Oh, man. You know, it's funny that you bring up performance reports, because we're at the part of the book for Triangle Agency where we are going to talk about the competency guide. Yeah, competency guide. The part that we need to make sure our agents are following their job. And then also we're going to get to the part where we're going to be doing the GM's guide. Or where it's like the section for the GM to run the game, and it is literally going to be the General Manager's guide. So it's very funny that you bring that up. So trust me, it's on brand. Oh man, no, but outside of that, it's like excuse me. I got a lot of fun stuff coming up. Where I want to say probably, I know I mentioned before, like, VODs are going to be work in progress. It's going to take a little bit, because I have a couple of older VODs that I need to catch up on, so I need to get more of the Rift Breaker VODs up, like promised, but I also want to see if I could start getting up stuff for the New Year's Eve, and then some of the parts of the Black Oath Marathon that I was on. So we got a lot of stuff to actually to get uploaded, and for like main channel videos, I'm gonna see if I can get some shorts up again, so we can start getting those up, as well as a lot of like other, just I want to say some VOD recaps, because I was thinking about actually, you guys let me know how you feel about this as well. I know we have a lot of our VODs for Rift Breakers that are very long, and I was considering making like shorter versions to put on the main channel, or more like a bit of a highlight reel or things like that, like a recap. So if you guys think that would be cool, let me know what type of content you guys want to see, because there is stuff that I've got in the pipeline, you know? And I'm open to some suggestion too. Now, I do owe you guys that Pathfinder 1E tutorial, which is going to be a work in progress. I actually just haven't had the time to write it out, but I'm going to write down a bit of a tutorial on that, and it's going to be like a whole little presentation, because I mean, I could just pull up the PF1 ebook and we read it, but I feel like we did that with the 3.5 book and it didn't quite feel the same. Oh, thank you for taking my glasses, Killer Flame. So, you know, we're trying to figure it out. Oh, hey, how you doing, Race? Mr. Variety, how you doing? Look, I know, it's been a lot of stuff past couple days. We've been doing a lot. Yesterday was kind of funny doing a bit of a Gary's Mod. It was like the first time I launched that game in like 10 years. So yeah, there was that. We're doing good. Tonight we're going to be continuing reading Triangle Agency, which, if you don't know what that is, it is a ttrpg. Kind of similar to, like, you know, I want to say like SCP and a bunch of these other, like, Supernatural in the real world, and you got, you know, the Men in Black going around to try and stop them, kind of. You enter a stream, Twitch suggests you take classes, of course. A scuff take on what content you would like to see, if you would promise not to consider it. Yeah, go for it. Look, I can tell you I will promise not to consider it. But, because if anything, I do have some other ideas, like, I know I put out that video about the Half-Life 1 supercut. I do have... I talked about this with Kai Alba about an idea, since we played through, like, a lot of the older Mega 10 and Persona games. Specifically, like, maybe doing a video talking about Persona 1, or more specifically, I want to do a duology video talking about Persona 2, because it was a very interesting one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The only reason you keep coming to your tabletop streams is not only because you hate the variety section, to anything, it's just you play 80% of the games yourselves and you can't get invested. Ah, I see. Yeah. It's no problem. Play any of the games yourself, you just can't get invested in games, I only get stream once. Yeah. Your buddy loves Persona 1. You like consistency. Oh, look, there's nothing wrong with that. And I hope it's okay. Like, I appreciate you telling me that. And, look, I don't know if that's a diss or not. But I gotta say, look, I appreciate that you pop in here regardless, because it's fun getting some input, as well as just, you know, hearing that. But, you know, I try to keep a little bit of consistency here and there. I hope that's okay. But regardless, though, I appreciate you popping in, you know. But yeah, like, just for, like, some ideas of some of the things that I do. You're not dissing, you're just never a variety enjoyer. You like having a stream for each category. Oh, yeah, then there's no problem with that. Yeah, like, to be honest, for me, it's like I enjoy, like, mainly just playing RPGs and TTRPGs. Like, sometimes I venture a little bit outside of that when my friends ask me to. But then again, there are some cases where there are just some games that I kind of want to try every once in a while. Like, okay, you guys would laugh at me for this. Okay. One game that I kind of want to do on stream for fun, and it's mostly because I played this game a lot as a kid, was like, I kind of want to do a stream where I could sit down and play like Kirby's Dream Land or something like that. It's silly, I know, but it's one of those older games that I liked a lot as a kid. But that's just a selfish thing. Oh, dude. Oh yeah, DMC, dude, exactly. Dude, Devil May Cry, absolutely. Look, I love Devil May Cry as well. Look, I may be awful at it, but I love those games. There's some content creator friends. Hello, welcome. How you doing? We're just hanging out and talking for a little bit before we get into reading. Let's see. So there are those content creators whom you're for their content. Most of the crew that you've gotten acquainted with, you're more interested in all the friendship. You want to be in streams with us. Absolutely. No. Like, you could totally... I think that'd be cool, London. How you doing, Ruby? Oh, it's going alright. We're just kind of hanging out right now. We're gonna get to reading the book in a sec. We're just kind of hanging out. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it, buddy. let's see. I also likely see you for some of the ttrpg streams. However, it seems like some of your interests align with my buddy. SMT Persona would be funny. Oh yeah. Look, it is very funny. I do actually, you know, so I think I mentioned it. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it before. Oh, thank you. Look, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Amaya. Do you play any other games? Occasionally. I usually play like RPGs, so like older games occasionally. Stuff like that. Sometimes I'll play some party games with my friends. Yeah, confirm the loud yes. Yep, there you go. And it's funny that you mentioned that, because like I have we do have the VODs for Eternal Punishment coming up, and we did play through Persona 2 Innocence, and after we finish Raito, the next game on our list is actually Persona 3. Have you played DBD yet? I think I did once on Halloween. I know some friends of mine play a lot of DBD, and they tried to get me into it. I'm not too sure about the game, mostly because it's like I'm not very good at these games, I'll be honest with you. But it was something fun to check out. I know, what's it called? I think my friend Verguna does like that. More Larian games, stuff like the Pathfinder games, it's basically tabletop, more or less. You know, Raze, I'm not gonna lie. I actually do still have our Kingmaker playthrough that we were doing. I think we're already at the part where we go to Patex for the festival. So that is still like on the backlog. I've got a lot of like RPGs still on the backlog, and I definitely want to continue playing more of the Pathfinder games. For Larian games, I kind of want to play Baldur's Gate 3 on stream, but I don't know. I've got kind of mixed opinion on it, but I do like it. Do you like horror games? I do, actually. I do like horror games. I'm not very good at action horror games, but I do think they're very cool. Mostly because I think you can do some really cool storytelling with a horror game. That's the main reason why I enjoy those. Divinity is both a horror game. It is. You're actually right. Yeah, true. I remember I played a little bit of Divinity, what's it called? Something. It was the tabletop one, not the like Dragon Commander one, although I know they're remaking that. Is this your custom art room in VTuber? Yeah. You're on the righteous quest to bring RPG Maker horror. Dude, oh my god. Preaching to the choir. Look, RPG Maker horror games are pretty good. I mean, look, think about it. If it weren't for those RPG Maker horror games, we wouldn't really have as many, like, bigger ones that we do nowadays, you know what I mean? Like, okay, one that's kind of an unconventional one. Lisa's a very good example. Lisa's an RPG, and it's also a horror game, I would say. Mostly because of the themes that it goes through, and it's a very brutal game. You're glad Larian's making... Yeah. Yeah. Larian's making the new Divinity optimized for older device. Yeah, okay. That was kind of the other problem I was having, Race, where, like, I could run... Like, I've played through, what's it called? Baldur's Gate 3. My only problem is frame rate's kind of 50-50 for me in that game, where sometimes I can get it to run pretty good, but I'm worried that as soon as I start to stream it and then I have my model on screen, it's just gonna completely drop the ball. I hope the new game's good, because I'm interested in it. Yeah, why not? It's funny because it's apparently... So is it a remake of the old Divinities? Because I remember, like, my best friend played through Dragon Commander forever ago, and that game is ancient. How much is the rumor and the VTuber? I don't quite understand your question, sorry. I think it's supposed to be new. Oh, okay. Oh, let me just drink some more water here one sec. Maybe switch to like a drawing version. Ah, true. Big fan, you gotta ask. Oh, yeah. Wait, I forgot. Wait, is Faith an RPG Maker game? I thought it was made in something else, isn't it? Or maybe I'm wrong. It's not a Wolf Engine RPG game. Oh my god. Also, I don't know why. Zachary, for some reason, that just reminded me of like Corpse Party, if you ever played that one. Oh, how much? Well, the room itself, I made in Photoshop, so that's free. As for my model, it was a process. That's the only game title you can think of specifically at the moment. Yeah, look, okay, Corpse Party is a good example of, they should have just only made one game. They should have just only made one game and then left it alone. Because anytime there's like Corpse Party Book of Shadows, that did nothing. Then there was Corpse Party 2, which was unfinished. Yeah, it was rough. Oh, dude. Oh, no. Don't even get me started with Fear and Hunger. Okay. I'm still waiting for the Fear and Hunger 2 expansion, by the way. He said soon Fear and Hunger 2 was going to happen, okay? Like, or well, Fear and Hunger 2, the expansion was going to happen, but then his laptop got stolen, and then he had to start over from scratch. So that's just kind of like how it goes. LP was another good one. Let's see. And watching your friends play Fear and Hunger. Dude, okay. So I have alright, so a little funny story I could tell you about Fear and Hunger. So me and so if you're familiar with Joe, who hops here on stream with me occasionally. So me and Joe, we had a whole stint of where at first he played through Fear and Hunger 1 and he's like, man, I hate this game. This game sucks. But then it's like over time, he sort of got he understands and he goes, you know, I actually do like Fear and Hunger. And I'm like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. I couldn't really get too into Fear and Hunger 1 until we got into Fear and Hunger 2. And I actually really like 2 because it's more about like, it kind of reminds me more of like Silent Hill. So I really got more into Fear and Hunger 2 than the first game. But it was still a very interesting thing. Very, very interesting game. And it's funny, he got me into those games. Definitely something. Yeah, it definitely felt more like RPG. It felt more RPG Maker for sure. Yeah. The second one feels more like it's a little bit more developed. So, you know, it's just how it is. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, yeah, those are really good. Yeah, Aoni. Oh my god, Aoni's so old. Oh god, okay, I have another curse thing for you. Yeah, Mad Father's good. Witch's House is good. Ib is also good. Aoni, okay, Aoni's good because it was good at the time, but if you try to like go through it now, it's so bad. It's so bad. Aoni is such a classic. Look, you're right, exactly. Look, you are absolutely right, Unleashed. Look, you could be playing Fear and Hunger, or that game just hates you. No, did you know? Okay, Killer Flame, I'm gonna put you on a mission right now because you're gonna laugh when you figure this out. Did you know that there is an Aoni like 3D animation movie? And it's horrible. It's so bad. We watched it one time, and oh my god, like my dude. It is the dumbest thing ever. Like, they're like, okay, so how does the Aoni reproduce? Why did we need to know this question? And it is the funniest shit, because for some reason, I don't know why. Oh, why have you watched it? Oh no, oh no. Dude, it is the stupidest movie. Why did a guy fuck a flower? Literally, yes, you heard that right. A dude does that to a flower, and that is how Aoni spawns, and I wish I was lying. I wish there was a good answer. It's just one of the stupidest things ever. I'm glad you gave Limbus a shot, but yeah, you didn't seem like a live service kind of guy. Oh, trust me, we're going back. We're playing more Limbus. My thing is, it's like, trust me, I'm a huge fan of Limbus Company. It's just, I stream it every once in a while. I usually don't. I used to stream when I did my my weekly Mirror Dungeon clears, but not too much. Mostly because, like, this is gonna sound silly, it was a lot of heavy back seating, and I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to play the game. You can give me a break, you know? But if anything, I know the new Kanto's out. I was gonna, oh, dude. I know, I'm like debating if I get started with it now or not, because like I streamed all of last Kanto, and I will say, look, dude, staying up till like 4 in the morning fighting angry grandma was like not a great idea. It was a lot of fun, but I'm totally not gonna do the 9-hour streams again like that. If anything though, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do it, because I'm intervallo behind. So like I have the spring cultivation to do, and then I have the current Kanto to start. I don't know if you guys would want to see that right now or not, because if anything, oh god, yeah, I know, Cruz. Like, yep, yeah, no, I know the consoles are getting longer, but like the thing is, the consoles are getting longer, but they're getting way better too. Oh man. Ooh, Zachary, you mentioned off, dude. Okay, so I have one of the French translations of off like installed. Like that's another thing, because I also like to play a lot of indie games, and I was considering doing off on stream, but I don't know where I would put it. We have so many games to play, I'm not gonna lie. Like between a lot of like our tabletop stuff that we're doing, it's kind of tricky to figure out where to like squeeze these things in, you know what I mean? So it's like we'll figure that out eventually. It's like I was watching one of my friends recently, like on stream, they were playing through, I think, Omori, and Omori is really good. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, and I was really happy to see like Ib got ported to Steam, and like there's a Switch port and all that other stuff. It was very nice, very nice. You know what I mean? Oh, that reminds me. Unleashed. Didn't they also do a rerun of what's it called? Of Refraction Railway 1, I think. Because I know I still have to go back and do that. Oh my god. There's so many things I have to catch up on Limbus. It's just, I've been so busy with like other things that I haven't had the chance to like really continue grinding. So like, at least I finished the battle pass. That was like kind of like my main thing. So yeah. I only have one D&D campaign, and you still don't have an active interested friend group that likes to try different things often. No, and it's like, I understand that, like, Raise for me, I was talking about this with like Hima and a couple other friends before, where I'm like, I appreciate that, like, through streaming, I was able to meet a bunch of other people that were more open to trying out different types of games, or different types of, like, tabletop games, for example. Like, my offline group that me, Kyalb, and Bones, and a couple others are in, we typically just play, like, 3.5 and Pathfinder, well, 1E. And it's mostly just because that's what they're familiar with. I know we're actually looking to try playing Lancer for the first time, which I'm excited for. One of my friends is actually DMing it, and they've been setting up a campaign, and I'm really excited to actually try that. Yeah. No, and trust me, Killer Flame, I completely understand that, because, like, I was talking about this with a couple of people where I've been kind of lucky that a lot of my D&D group, or my tabletop group, are, we mostly, it's funny because we used to raid on World of Warcraft together, and then we just kind of became a D&D group. Or, well, they kind of already were playing D&D, and then they invited me in. And since then, we just play digitally over like Roll20 and stuff. So, yeah, like, IRL, it's funny, I don't think I've ever actually played a tabletop game IRL like that. Mostly because a lot of my IRL friends, they're not like super into this type of stuff. So a lot of it is just like, friends online, we get together and we sit down and we play these types of games. But I do like that from hanging out with everyone in this community. We've really like come to like try a bunch of different games and really see how different and out there, you know, stuff is. Like whether it be like how we're, like I said, we're going to continue reading Triangle Agency in a little bit, but there's a lot of stuff, you know. Oh yeah, and also I saw that you mentioned, yeah, Draconim. Man, okay. So on like Blue Sky and on X, I put out that list of the top 10 games that I do want to play. It's funny because it is kind of a mix of older games and newer games. But yeah, it's like that list could have it could have easily been so much longer because I did want to try Draconim. There's like a ton of other games that I could have totally sat down in on. And it's like, oh, thank you for my glasses back. What's up, Ema? Yeah, the issue is convincing them to make time. You know, for me, my problem is trying to convince them to maybe give another system a shot. You know what I mean? That's always the tricky part for me, because sometimes it's like kind of a 50-50 on what my friends are kind of down for. Like, I want to run that Shin Megami Tensei game, but the problem is a lot of them are not a fan of the franchise or very much fans of like a post-apocalyptic situation. So a lot of it is trying to, how do I say it? You know, introduce it in a way where it's a setting first and you don't really need to worry about the context of the game because you're just playing in the world and I'm going to make the scenario for you. You know what I mean? That's always kind of the tricky thing when you're playing in someone else's franchise. You know what I mean? So that's one thing to keep in mind. Summoned by the Draconim mentioned, yeah. That reminds me. No, Hime, I'm not gonna lie, it was a really close tie between Draconim or Legends of Acheroth. Because I actually really want to try both of them more, because that was really fun. That was the first time I ever really played anything cross paths, and it looks fun. If anything, I'd probably want to also put Carnifalus on the list and a couple other things as well. There's just like a lot of stuff. There's so many games. So many games. And honestly, that's a great thing. As silly as that sounds, it's such a good thing because at least I know I'm not going to be bored. There's always going to be a ton of games to really sit down and try. And I'm really happy about that because I get to try either older games or I get to try even newer games that people are still coming up with. You know what I mean? Then it's like just learning how many different ways, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, no, we totally should do it. I think that would be a really fun one day. Oh, for real. Yeah, and like that was the other thing too. Like last year was really me learning about solo TTRPGs because, you know, at that point it's like I really just knew it's a game that you play with your friends. Like I never really knew you could play these games by yourself, you know? And honestly, it's fun. Although I'm not gonna lie, after playing Across 1,000 Dead Worlds with other players, it feels very weird. Where it's like doing that like pre-gen scenario that we did felt so different from like the situation that I was in where I played solo. Where it's like it felt more methodical and like very like bits and pieces, like how I was going through it, than like a structured adventure. It feels so like a night and day difference, you know. So it definitely was some adjusting to. I'm like, huh. Now I'm finally seeing it, you know? Excuse me. Also, we're like at the end of this cold, which is good because I'm getting better. Which is always the best part, actually feeling better, you know? Okay. Well, I've been like yapping for like a while. Unless you guys are like ready to go, we can get started on like actually reading what we were going to be reading. But excuse me, because if not, I'm cool to just keep on talking. But eventually, we should probably get to what we should be doing, which is probably reading some more of this. So 1 second, let me just kill the music. Let me actually switch the music here. Let me lower this a little bit, and we're going to switch to this. There we go. Yeah. All right. Excuse me. All right. Now that we are kind of warmed up and ready, you know, I think it's time we dive back into Triangle Agency, everybody. And also, just to give everyone a little bit of a reminder, so yes, this is a game that I'm going to be working on a campaign for, and we will be running this. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be my first time running a campaign on stream. Usually I've been a player, so you can look forward to that when we get there. And let me bounce this over to here so you guys can see what's up. Okay, well. Let me just do this really quick. Oh, whoops. Accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. There we go. Okay. So, little reminder. Also, to be fair, you're not always able to join for the 2 to 4 a.m. streams. I'm so sorry. I forgot also the time zone difference for you. Oh my god. My bad. I completely forgot. Look, it's okay. I appreciate you popping in for the little bit that you can too, so don't worry. Look, I feel bad because I know Unleashed is also hanging around still here too, so Unleashed, my bad. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you like it. Okay, so where we sort of left off last time, we were halfway, or a little bit more than halfway through, like a third of the, 2/3 of the way, correction, through the character creation process, where we are now at the competency. So this would be the third most important core part of your character, and we're gonna sort of take a look at this. Outside of that, we went over the different sort of anomalies and the different types of powers that you get as an agent. We looked at a bit of the world building, and I know there's a lot more stuff to go because we still have like the whole DM section of the book to take a look at, and a couple of other, additional sections, because there's still some mechanics we haven't talked about, which are going to be the more interesting stuff. So that's one thing to keep in mind. So what do we got here? Well, starting on page 98, and we are doing the double fold here. Usually we'd go like single page, but we're doing double fold here because a lot of the art is actually really cool in this book and it spills back and forth. So, one thing to keep in mind here. Excuse me. So, page 98, that's on our left. Competency. Your competency is the third and most important of the 3 components that combine to create your arc, which is, well, the things that make your character. It describes your role here within the Triangle Agency. These pages introduce your typical responsibilities, specific code of conduct, and the unique agency equipment agents in your position have access to. So study your competency most of all. Promotions abound, for the future shines bright for those who commit well to their positions and embrace their sanctioned behaviors. Those less vigilant employees who act in casualty, or incautionally? Oh my god, English is hard today. And accrue demerits will soon find themselves less comfortable. Okay, so what does this look like? Look, I'm not surprised. They probably do have the whole like trench coat of ttrpgs. The category of the piece of art that you're looking at, presented in helpful, stylish, subtle, or subtitle. Please make sure that you read this word if no others. So yep, in this case we're going to be looking at that. The approved phrase for work during the competency, or for work in this competency. An additional approved phrase is included at the bottom right of hand of the page as well. And then a description about it. Let's see. An illustration painstakingly drawn by the agents at the intern department. They were not given a budget for red ink, and yet they added the color somehow. Outstanding. Interesting. And let's see, the name for the competency is in large letters. Following the advancement of the CEO department, we have begun embracing acronyms in several cases. Okay. Excuse me. Hold on 1 second, actually. There we go. Sorry about that. Sneezed. Okay. So Prime Directive. Keep everything above board. Each time you lie, you receive 1 demerit. Your Prime Directive instructs you on how to avoid conduct unbecoming of your station. Violating your Prime Directive results in demerits, which are applied to your permanent record. Oh no. Sanctioned behaviors. Receive 1 commendation each time you create a distraction. Give a good excuse. Ensure they will never speak of this again. Interesting. If you complete each sanctioned behavior at least once during a mission, you will receive a bonus of 3 commendations after superlatives have been awarded. Okay. Sanctioned behaviors are the ways that we directly reward exemplary behavior that distinguishes you as a paragon in your field. You want to perform sanctioned actions described in your sanctioned behaviors as much as possible. Both commendations and demerits are monitored and enforced by our Gravedigger department. Should a meeting with them appear on your calendar, we recommend updating your details in the agency OS's life insurance portal. Oh my god. Interesting. Okay. The initial requisition is a special tool that we provide you to support you in your fieldwork. This is only made available when you are assigned a competency and only approved for use by you. You'll learn more about the requisitions following your first mission. Okay. So let's see. You won't lie, you got lost the moment we stopped talking about powers. That's okay. So TLDR, essentially, so now we're like at the 3rd part of where we are in our character development here. Before we talked about our relationships to other characters and like your character's background. So there are 3 major parts. The first one, which is the powers that you have. The second one is the what is your character's IRL life outside of the agency? So who are you friends with? Who are the people around you? And then what do you do? And lastly, this is what is your job in the agency? And this is sort of where we're at now. So, initial requisition: press printing or printing press release. The ancient unwieldy printing press is kept in an old recreation room on an unused floor in your agency's headquarters. Once each mission, you may use the printing press to print a story in which it is immediately published across all local publications. If you're on the go, you can send your story to another department and run it through the press. But does it have to be within the agency? I believe so. Excuse me. I believe that is still the case, like, at least for, so how lore building wise, and like, I guess like how they want you to have it set up here is, so if you have your powers, the idea is, these creatures, like these abnormal creatures, sort of take over your body and you become the host for it, and that is what gives you, as an agent, your powers. And the idea is, okay, well, you have superpowers, but you work for the agency. And they said, well, you could either work for the agency as an agent, or you get to become a monster and be imprisoned by the agency, or worst case, they kill you. So you really don't have a good choice, to be honest. At least from how I'm understanding it. So think like excuse me, it's LobCorp agents, you could think of that, which is not great. Excuse me. Is death really the worst thing that can happen? Yeah. It sounds like LobCorp are more innuendos. Absolutely. Yeah. You know, it's funny, while I was reading this, like, seeing how, like, it describes how you get your powers and how you use it, it definitely feels like LobCorp agents with, like, you're just wearing their powers or you get it from them. So, you know. Yeah, we're the good guys, Triangle Agency, literally. No, it's like, you know the funny part is earlier in the manual it says, there are other agencies like ours, kill them. If you see them, kill them on the spot. They do not deserve to be in our field. Like, it's just straight up like, yeah, don't let them get what we're after. eliminate them. I'm like, oh wow, okay, I see, we're that type of agency. So look, all I'm saying is if you want to do a Project Moon system, you might want to look at Triangle Agency. You can run a pretty good campaign here. Although I know there's a ton of Project Moon like fan systems, but I think we looked at one before. It was one by Kappatain, and that was pretty cool. But I know like there's a lot of like Project Moon fan systems that people have been working on, which hopefully one day I hope we get like a real tabletop system because their setting is cool. Okay. Now, the last part. Finally, every agent begins with 9 quality assurances and assigned accordingly to the results of the questions. Look, it is a cutthroat environment. Okay. Finally, every agent begins with 9 quality assurances assigned accordingly to the results of your self-assessment. Answer these questions honestly to learn what qualities you are most likely to use in the field. The agency will provide you with the appropriate assurances. More about quality assurances can be found on page 34. So we already talked about it. QA is basically like your hero points where you can just say, Hime, I don't know if you're still here. You remember how when we played Salvage and Sorcery, how it's using a dice pool? Hey, what's up, Say? How you doing, buddy? So, like, say, like, you roll your dice pool and you don't get any 3s, because in this game you want to get 3s. You can spend your quality assurances to automatically make sure that that is now a 3. Yeah, then you're gonna enjoy this game, because yes, it is a dice pool game. Yes, your dice pool, Say. Absolutely yours in particular. Yeah, you use your quality assurance to make sure that you get the job done. Okay. So, for example, some of these questions are, when a coworker embarrasses themselves in public, I loudly say, how avant-garde, or repeat their behavior until it seems normal. A grotesque number of dice, exactly. Can confirm. Very satisfying, even if you don't get a full success. True. And if I remember, so in this game, so if you get 3 successes, so like, because again, this uses D4s, and if you get 3 3s, you get, oh my god, Transcendence. So yes, you do get a bonus if you get 3 3s, because again, triangle, haha. Where you get an additional effect that happens. And also, I think it does also have exploding dice too. I'll have to double check though, but yes, that is also the case. You've never not been. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I think playing Salvage and Sorcery was the first time I ever played a dice pool game. So I'm excited. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Okay, so we read a little bit about the tutorial here, about how this works for competency, and let's actually start taking a look at the different categories, because our first one here is just straight up, hold on, let me just realign this, is PR. So again, these are the jobs for your character within the agency. So this is one thing to know. You didn't even know exploding dice mechanic was until the Legends of Azeroth playtest. Ooh. Rough core idea of a system you tried to build like 8 years ago. Ah, it's just vomiting smaller things smaller than a D8, yeah. Okay. So, your first job is PR. Nice. Please refrain from any future private relations. Let's see, the agency is often in need of people who can explain away anomalous effects and steer concerned onlookers to the correct conclusions. Some PR agents use their abilities to persuade with words, others with distraction. Many find intimidation the most effective at changing someone's mind. All understand that reputation is paramount, and that the stories people tell themselves are just as important as reality. Public relations agents are often put in charge of many nonprofit and charitable organizations under the agency's influence. These employees spend working hours organizing events, contacting legislators, and ensuring that the stories about the agency never make it to the public. Join our public relations team if you like to use truth as a weapon and doubt as a shield. Oh my god. Peony's railgun, oh my god. Excuse me. Okay. So prime directive, keep everything above board. Each time you lie, receive 1 demerit. Okay. So sanctioned behaviors, giving 1 commendation each time you do these. Create a distraction, give a great excuse, ensure that they never speak of this again. Interesting. Yeah, it is just straight up Men in Black. Let's see. If you complete each sanctioned behavior at least once during the mission, you will receive a bonus of 3 commendations as a reward. Initial requisition. Printing press release. The ancient unwieldy printing press is kept in an old room, or an old recreation room, on an unused floor in your agency headquarters. Once each mission, you may use the printing press to print a story, which is then immediately published across all major local publications. If you're on the go, you can send the story to the others in your department and have them run it through for you. Okay. So then we have the self-assessment, and again, these are the questions that we talked about before as well. Excuse me. So let's read these questions. Whenever a coworker embarrasses themselves in public, I loudly say, "How avant-garde!" or repeat their behavior until it seems normal. 2. One of our products causes a serious tragedy. My messaging communicates our regret or explains how it hurt us too. Oh my god. Or lastly, question number 3. Coworker has been murdered. I am the murderer. Due for a promotion. Wow. Nice. Crisis isn't just a gala oh my god. A crisis is just a gala you haven't yet thrown. Wow. Okay. Well, that was that was PR. So here's R&D. Give the people what they want. Excuse me. Hold on. We're gonna punch in like 1 more here. Hold on. There we go. Perfect. Whoever ends up playing this, it's very important that every time you enter a scene, you you have to play Here Come the Men in Black. Yep. Okay. R&D. Give the people what they want. The agency needs creative and fresh minds to design the future of the world. R&D agents are known for their ability to see what someone truly needs, not just what they're asking for. Creativity and innovation are what drive them, and they are expected to settle for nothing less than perfection. R&D is tasked with creating new products for sale, but also with uncovering secrets of the universe. Each employee is typically given a long-term project to that end. Let's see. A personal experiment to carry out over the course of their career. These experiments may be difficult to understand while you're inside of them, but the agency is carefully tracking the data and building a picture of how it all works. Sign up for R&D if you don't. If you don't need the excuse me. Sign up for R&D if you know means don't need justifications, and knowledge is its own reward. Okay. So prime directive, out with the old. Each time you do the same thing twice, receive 1 demerit. Ooh, that's a tough one. Long Bill cipher. Yep. Okay. Okay. Initial requisition, a rubber duck. The squeaker within this bath toy foretells a great possibility. Once per mission, you may describe an outcome for this pocket-sized duck toy. The toy will speak back. Your GM will tell you the 3 steps you must take to achieve that outcome. Any outcome you request becomes possible, no matter how improbable it seems. If you ask the rubber duck about anomalies directly, it will melt into a useless lump instead. So you can ask everything but about the creatures. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that sounds fair. Okay. Sanctioned behaviors. Receive 1 commendation each time you uncover what someone really needs, reinvent the wheel, change someone's life permanently, Remember, for better or for worse, can I ask a deep truth about the Triangle Agency? I feel like that would start a whole side quest. And it's funny because I did see that from the last time we were reading this, that yes, some of these outcomes can just completely spawn side quests or like deeper missions. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if that led down a whole rabbit hole of its own. Okay, so here are our 3 questions. Don't let me do this one, you'll almost certainly do it. Look, say, I want you to know, one of the powers allows you to turn into a foreseer of the end times, and yes, it starts a whole new side quest and mission. You morph your body into a weapon, you die, respawn with the insurance policy, don't ask how it works, and then you can use yourself as a weapon, and it deals crazy damage, and then you have to fight the meteors. It's insane. Yeah, sure. Okay, well, let's see what these questions are. If at first you don't succeed, never let them see you cry. Try. Okay, number 2. When I'm solving an equation and a conclusion seems impossible, I remind myself it's natural to make mistakes or eliminate all other possibilities. Yeah, for real. Or 3, I've been framed. I defend myself by destroying all incriminating evidence, scapegoating a more likely suspect. Okay. Let's see. I had spaghetti walls put up. I was tired of all the throwing. Wow. Okay. Let's see what our next one is. Barista. Interesting. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Barista. Order up. Baristas know that everyone's day starts better with a smile, and that's when smiles are in short supply. Yeah. See, and when smiles are in short supply, caffeine is an ample substitute. They prime society's pump. Oh my god, sorry, I'm like dying. They prime society's pump, ensuring ideas, energies, and blood are all flowing from the open bell. Oh, study up on barista. Oh, trust me, you're right, I'm gonna have to. Which, by the way, yeah, I should bring that up. It's been a little while. If you don't know, yes, there was a donor goal for our Halloween charity stream that we did back in October, where, yes, there will be a visual novel made featuring me as a barista. So if you're looking forward to that, you can expect that. Oh, awesome. Look, I'm actually really excited to see what you guys are working on. Excuse me. And also, of course, like, I'm probably going to do voice lines as well, so. Oh, yeah. It's going to be even funnier. I can just imagine. There's choices now. Ooh, okay. So not merely confined to work behind an espresso machine, agency baristas are embedded wherever energy reserves are most depleted, as cheerleaders, substitute teachers, and prank video artists, to name a few. Apply to work now as a barista if you like mood high, the work overflowing, and the sleep when you're dead. Wow. How special. Choose your favorite thing to serve by rolling on the table below or creating your own. Espresso drinks, cold brew, coffee drip, or drip coffee, or water. Yeah, substitute teacher, yeah. Yep. Cheerleaders, substitute teachers, prank video artists. I have a niche. I hate it here. I hate it here. Oh no. Wow. Prime directive, keep the mood fresh. Each time you say someone's name correctly, receive 1 demerit. Oh my god. So by getting their name right, you're doing it wrong. Sanctioned behaviors. Receive one commendation each time you make someone feel welcome, show off your specialized knowledge, or get some blood flowing. Interesting. It was kind of funny that the set of Vice felt more like over the students in Vice's classroom than Hime is an actual teacher. Ouch. That better count out of character too. Oh my god. I know, right? Let's see. On the smartphone. You know, that's not too far off of how this is actually going. Look, all I have to do is I have to get like a little podium here and I'll stand behind it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I've got it up on the smartboard now, don't you know? Oh my god. Okay. Initial requisition, triple shot glass. The barista has a special shot glass from the Vault Cafe. Once a mission, if this shot glass is used when pulling espresso from any espresso machine, the resulting shot can be poured into the mouth of a dead body and return them to life for 10 minutes. Whether anomalous or mundane, they cannot survive any amount of harm. Wow. What have you done to my bean water? Oh my god. It's neat to have teacher vibes. Like, I appreciate that. Like, it's funny because if all I could think of is that one short where it was me and Unleashed talking, and I forgot, I think it was like Petering or someone in chat who popped in and was like, you know, Vice, you got like substitute teacher vibes. And I'm like, dude. I'm like, that's not fair. Oh man. Okay, let's see what our 3 questions are here. So this time around, our questions are: a coworker has asked me to cover their shift because of a breakup. 1, cover the shift, or 2, get them back together. 2, someone's drink was stolen by a stranger. I handle it by 1, pretending I didn't notice it, or 2, making 2 of every drink ahead of time. That's because his lore, he's a librarian while you're a parrot. Oh my god. No matter where you're at. Wow. No matter where you go, everyone knows you're subbing. Oh my god. It's terrible. Okay. Question 3. A customer complained about my service. I'm more likely to add something to the brew, add them to the brew. Oh. Libraries are awesome. Support your local library. Gotta pick up a book there. Ooh. That's true. Look, libraries are fun. Look, I spent way too much time in the library in college, that's for sure. Mostly because, like, it was a nice place where I could get some work done, but then also it's like, if you ever just want to look stuff up or just, like, read a book, always a good place. You know, as long as people don't take the book that you're looking for, and then that's annoying, but, you know, that's a whole other question. Anyways. Let's see. What is our tagline here for our barista? You can talk to me anytime, before or after your coffee. Okay. Oh, wow, this is some art. Excuse me. Actually, hold on 1 second, actually. Let me just, like, grab some cold medicine really quick. 1 second. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Dude, it is the secret of endurance. Exactly. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. My bad, guys. Just needed a quick sec. Alright, I'm alive, I'm alive. You know, I think the worst part is, like, You can't have too many, like, Theraflu. I think you can only drink, like, one every couple hours. And it's like, oh, I was really good earlier when I was recording stuff. Now I'm just, like, dying because it ran off. It's worn off on me, you could say. Like, that's what happens. Your buff timed out, and now you're starting to die in real life, you know? I can just go on a journey. What do you mean I can just go on a journey? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, because it's pretty much, yeah. So it's like, it's very bad. You should not have that. Also just had to grab some cough drops. Ooh. Look, it's rough. We're almost there. We're getting through the head cold. Okay. CEO. It's great to be in charge. The world is an infinite, complex system full of many difficult decisions, and here at the agency, we leave those dilemmas to the people who have already decided exactly how they will react in any given situation. These agents chose a lane, chose a lane, receive rewards, and delegate consequences. They will continue down this gilded path until they die. The agency tends to place agents from the CEO department in positions where their rigid, inflexible nature can serve as a strong foundation of the team. They thrive in positions where backing down would be ruinous, and self-reflection would often be catastrophic. Often, if you don't need, often you don't need to consider whether the work as a CEO is right for you. You and the agency have known all along. Nice. Why do you let you take double the Tylenol when arthritis is acting up? Does the arthritis eat? It does. They have a battle of the duels, you know. That's what happens. They fight it out inside you. Yeah, work. I like that. Let's see. Or the highway. Choose your executive quirk by rolling on the table below or choosing your own. Golf in the office, cigars during meetings, crying performatively, quoting self-help books. Oh no! Oh no! Damn, you really have to be that guy. Prime directive, maintain the hierarchy. Each time you take an order, receive one demerit. Sanctioned behaviors. You receive one commendation each time you make someone do what you want. Enjoy one of the finer things in life, or make a necessary sacrifice. Ooh. Ooh. Oh man. Okay. Initial requisition. Expensive account. This enormous accountant ledger is rumored to contain every purchase made in the history of mankind. Once submission, you may write that the agency has acquired something specific in the ledger and it becomes agency property. You may use it during the mission, but the agency makes decisions about it going forward. Yep. Oh yeah. Like, Hime, I want you to know, everything in this book is like this. Like, when we were going through, like, the different backgrounds for, like, this is, like, positions for your job at the company. When we were going through, like, the different character backgrounds and everything else, oh, yeah. It was super specific. Yeah, get out of the car. You can't take orders. No, like, I do like that it very much, like, presses against the players. Like, I like that there are some parts that directly conflict, and I think that works fantastic. Like, let's see what else we got here. So our self-assessment questions. My management style is best described as hands-on or treating employees like their family. I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this so much already, dude. It's so messed up. I inspire my team with oil paint, oil portrait, automated out of office responses. Ooh. When cuts are unavoidable, I terminate an employee who was late most often, who is late today. Ooh. Damn. Anyone can work overtime. Only I can chip this in for par. Wow. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Again, this is the reason why we look at the double fold pages version, because look at this. The other end of it. Oh no! Oh no! That's so messed up, dude. The other end of it, the intern. Pay is overrated. Oh no, dude. Say I think we're the bad guys. Unpaid interns are part of any organization. They are the gasoline to the car, the wood for the chipper, and the food for the stomach. Without interns and the incredible value they provide, no business could function, and all modern society would fall apart overnight. Someone must bear this most esteemed and important burden, and if you argue for anything else, the end of everything will be your fault. In society, agent interns are as ubiquitous as dirt. They are teachers, clerks, drivers, cashiers, and any other role whose function goes underappreciated by those who benefit. By working indiscriminately for all those who demand it, they understand organizations better than anyone. Apply to be an intern because the work is piling up as we speak. Why are you still reading this? Wow. Damn, okay, alright, damn. I know, right? Look, again, this is why, like, I really like this book, because, like, it's just, it knows its audience. Okay, Prime Directive. They wouldn't ask it if it wasn't important. Each time you deny a request, take one demerit. That's, oof, alright. Alright, so, sanctioned behaviors. Get one commendation each time you confidently fail. Ouch. Embarrass yourself in front of others, embarrass yourself for others' benefit. Or bring something to a screeching halt. Wow. Damn. Okay. Initial requisition. Inherited name tag. All interns are given an endless packet of blank name tags. Once each mission, you may write the name of someone you met today on a name tag and apply it elsewhere, or apply it somewhere where your person, or apply it somewhere on your person, except where other agents will treat you as the named person for as long as you keep the name tagged on. Wow. Damn. Okay. Alright, fine. Fair enough. Alright, so let's see. Questions for the intern. When acquiring new skills, I am a visual learner, a pain consequence learner. Question 2. I've suddenly come into a large inheritance. I definitely will invest it in the agency for the mutual benefit. Donate it to the agency branch in need. That's oh my god. Oh my god. I kind of want to do this one. I could make it so cursed. Just say masochist coward. Oh my god. Alright, 3. My direct supervisor has been secretly committing felonies. I edit their calendar to create a strong alibi, turn myself in for the crime? No! Oh no! Oops. Dude, this is so messed up. This is so messed up. Like, this is like the difference between being an agent in LobCorp and being a nugget. Oh no. And then lastly, we have the Gravedigger. Oh my god, you'll miss work. Yeah, true. The Gravedigger. Somebody's gotta do it. Gravediggers are the unsung heroes of the night, masters of the hidden and forgotten spaces. They benefit from the world's tendency to shy away from taboo or discomfort. To put things out of sight, one must go out of sight. Ooh, that rhymed. And gravediggers are the happiest in the places that others aren't, always face to face with realities others are unwilling or unable to stomach. They keep the world spinning in unappreciated and often undetected ways. Gravediggers might be found everywhere from the boardroom to the ballroom. Yes, the landfill or the mausoleum. You're a prime candidate for a gravedigger if you hate when dirty work makes a mess. And Prime Directive. Yeah, the Doomer. Prime Directive. Don't dirty innocent hands. Each time you touch something living, -1 demerit. Interesting. Sanctioned behaviors. Gain 1 commendation each time you dig up some dirt, clean up a mess, or bury a problem. Requisition. Dracula's coffin. The coffin of the man himself lies deep within the vault, buried under layers of earth. You can exhume the coffin once each mission to place something inside it that can fit. When the coffin is returned to the earth, however, whatever you placed inside it never existed. All the memories of it are erased, and every effect it had on the world, as it is ascribed to other sources. So it basically, yeah, -1 demerit. Yes, or correction, you receive 1 demerit. My bad. Sorry. Dude, it's a concept incinerator. I was just thinking about that. Dude, that's crazy. You actually, you have the concept incinerator. Oh, no way. All right. That's crazy, dude. That's so funny. Just don't put a chair in there. Dracula. Yeah, Dracula invented the concept incinerator. Oh my god, that's so funny. Holy shit. Wow. Well, this took a very drastically different twist I wasn't expecting. When training new employees in my field, I emphasize shovel technique or creating demand? What do you mean creating demand? Do you think Dracula was in there? Maybe. Okay, number 2. I'm in charge of the quarterly earnings reports. To ensure a good impression on shareholders, I repeat the I repeat the presentation until I get the desired result. I bury the bad numbers under positive energy. Oh no, dude. That's not good. Okay. Number 3, I handle my higher than average knowledge of humanity's infinite pain by enjoying the smell of tea and other small pleasures, developing a higher than average knowledge of humanity's infinite joys to match. I mean, sure, but like, oh man, I've seen things you wouldn't imagine because you're probably imagining more interesting things. Fair? Pretty fair. What else we have? Okay, reception. Right this way, please. Oh my god, oh no. I see, okay. Just as every story must have a beginning and every idea a conception, agency buildings must have a fire code compliant entrance and exits. In a world rocked by chaos, uncertainty, and doubt, receptionists ensure nothing. Wait, what? Receptionists ensure nothing, neither people nor ideas, get in or out without proper authorization. Receptionists are not merely guardians of the gates, they are also often distributors of justice, interpreters of rules, such as orchestral conductors, librarians, drill sergeants, and babysitters. Consider working in reception if you prefer the world in black and white, the rules written in stone, and the power behind your desk. Wow, okay. Oh my god. By infinite joys, you mean like Nirvana or like coconut? Yeah. Excuse me. So, prime directive. Remain ever vigilant. Choose one of these. Each time you sit down, receive 1 demerit. Okay, we were just joking about how like maybe you should not put a chair inside the concept incinerator. Oh boy. So each time you sit down, receive 1 demerit, or each time you leave a question unanswered, receive a demerit. Interesting. So sanctioned behaviors: 1, interrogate someone; 2, commandeer belongings; 3, close a door forever. Ooh. Receptionist in a wheelchair, 1 demerit maximum. You know, it's funny, say, because there are rules specifically pertaining to okay, one of the things that I actually really do like how they mention it is like, of course this game is open for everyone to play, anyone from different walks of life and all that stuff. Something that's kind of funny that is brought up. So they mention how in the course of your campaign, let's say something occurs and you have to deal with someone. If this person is someone that may be racist or they may be discriminating someone, it is written in the rules that you can call the agency for free and tell them, get this guy out of here. And the agency will basically go, this one's on us. And we just replace the person on the spot with someone completely different. And it just works because that's the power of the agency. We snap our fingers. That guy's a jerk. They're gone. C'est la vie. Most of them, except all the, oh man. You worked a retail job where you were not allowed to sit except on a break. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, we're the Illuminati, not assholes. Yeah, there you go. Pretty much. Like, even they're like, get this guy out of here. We don't need this. Okay. Initial requisition. Mobius Circuit TV. In an endless room in the vault made entirely of television screens. Once each mission, you may use any of the internet-connected devices to access a feed from one of the TVs in this room. The screen shows up... The screen shows you up to 30 minutes of footage of any moment in time from a place you visited that day. Oh, interesting. Put him in the coffin. Oh, no. Honestly, I feel like, yeah, they would probably allow that. Rules as written, literally. I can't believe it. Say, this is how you became the CEO to stop racism. Ingenious idea. Oh, no. Okay. The 3 questions for us this time are: coworker of 4 years has never learned my name. I clearly and loudly introduce myself until they get the picture. 2, forget their name. Wow. Okay. Question 2. Somebody isn't who they claim to be. I verify their identity by... oh no. He accidentally made Jesus real and turned it into Xenosaga. Oh no! Anything but that. Look, tomorrow's stream is going to be a very traumatic one. By the way, I love question 2 here. Somebody who isn't who they claim to be, I verify their identity by interrogating them or interrogating them. Yes, both of these give 2 different stats. You get to pick which one. Okay. Then we have 3. A criminal is breaking into my building while it is being evacuated due to a fire. I ensure the fire is not interrupted. Or 2, recognize them as a first responder and let them through. I'll untie the ropes when you make an appointment. Oh my god. That's brutal. Hime, I'm starting to notice a pattern. Uh-oh. And now we have Hotline. Hotline, a voice on the other end. Where many people merely hear the hotlines listen, when the rest of the world has gone silent, the hotline is always available to talk. And they are the lighthouse guiding to safety those unfortunate enough to be navigating life's treacherous waters alone. Within the agency, hotline fields are important customer service lines or customer service calls from this world and many others. Elsewhere in society, hotlines are found wherever where there are talkers in need. They are counselors, clerks, online community moderators, and more. Apply to be a hotline if you can stare into the signal and help the static find its way home. Oh my god, that's so funny. Prime directive, never say unfortunately. Each time you deliver bad news, receive 1 demerit. Okay, so sanctioned activities here. Help someone unburden themselves. Take the blame for something you didn't do. Connect someone to an unexpected fate. Oh no, initial requisition. Hold music, volume 1. Oh no. Let's see. You have a powerful tape player with a built-in speaker and 1 tape of bland, cheerful music. Once each mission, you can press play and immediately transport you and nearby allies to a perfectly safe waiting room for up to 1 hour. When you return, all affected players can place themselves anywhere where the room has where they left the room. No time has passed around you. So you basically so it's burning the house down from JoJo Stone Ocean. You literally have the pocket dimension waiting room where you guys just jump into, and then you just kill time in there and then come out. The 5e time stop? I don't know how 5e time stop works. Okay. A customer has a problem I have been unable to fix in my own life. I share the approaches that have failed to save them the time. Assure them we can look for a solution together. Okay. A customer has a broken product and a convincing story. I pull every string necessary to get their refund, or make it clear that all sales are final. A customer's call disconnected. I call them back and submit an error report to IT, or complete the call without them. You just can't throw spells in the air during timeout. Okay. Your call is important to us. Your time is important to us. Everything you do, think, and are is important to us. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, you might like this one. Say, oh no. Clown. Honk. Okay. Clowns are the agency's angels of mercy. They provide the world's best medicine, laughter, to its most sick and needy. They understand that life's weight is overwhelming only to those who make themselves carry the burden, and that the surest way to fall into despair is to forget that you could simply not do that. I mean, yeah. Society is full of our clowns. They operate in plain sight, often using their high profiles and increased visibility as a tool to distract the masses from being consumed by worry, fear, and doubt, and creating anomalies that mirror those emotions. They are frequently displayed as TV personalities, stay-at-home parents, and politicians. Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. If you hate hard conversations and think low-hanging fruit tastes sweetest, work as a clown may be your calling. Watch this! Choose a hidden talent by rolling on the table below or creating your own. Juggling, pratfalls, swallowing fire, miming. Prime directive, keep them laughing. Each time you talk about feelings, receive 1 demerit. Yeah. Sanctioned behaviors. 1. Put on a show. 2. Expose an embarrassing truth. 3. Demand a smile. Okay. Initial requisition. The Fool's Cap. Once each mission, you may don the Fool's Cap given to all agency clowns. For 1 moment, anything you do inspires laughter and enjoyment, no matter the action. Following this minute, mundane viewers will remember all actions you took fondly. This does not protect you from later viewers of the this does not protect you from later viewers of the consequences. True. Okay, question 1. When I catch a thief making off with my balloon animals, I teach them to make their own, or show them balloons aren't the only things I can tie. Oh no, it's in novel shapes? My car holds a regular number of people, or everyone who needs a ride. And finish this sentence. But doctor, I am the doctor. Or, I saw what happened. Oh my, whoa. I saw what happened to Pagalushi, the chaos, the carnage, the wars that followed. I would appreciate a more effective medical prescription. I understand you're going through a lot right now, but I need to take a moment and please consider honking. And your onboarding questionnaire. Oh my god. Oh no. Onboarding questionnaire. Your answers in the following questionnaire will help you find your team, or will help your field team understand you better and make sure you understand yourself. Now answer any of the following questions to any level of detail that you're comfortable with. This information will be provided to the other members of your field team in a dossier, ensuring that even your first mission together, you know who you're trusting your life with. Oh my god. Vice, can you fill out this W4 real quick? No, thank you. No, thank you. How did you come in contact with your anomaly? For example, previous relationship with an anomaly who appeared nearby. It was created from your thoughts, accidentally involved in a mission. Tapped. Really? Wait, tapped for field work through the Triangle Academic Program. Of course there would be a program. How did the agency find you? 1. Using your anomaly powers in public. 2. Accidentally involved in a mission. 3. You found us. What is your annual salary? 0. Thank you. $100. $125,000. What do you look like? Please describe enough. Please describe enough to someone to recognize you in a busy crowd of people in the event the author's photographic records become corrupt again. Do your powers have a unique visual manifestation? Growth resonance creates limbs of liquid metal, not flesh. Whisper resonance creates synthetic effects to talk to others when they're talking. Absence resonance uses their powers by burning things to create smoke. And how do you take your coffee? Black. Oat milk lattes. Over easy. Nothing stronger than tea. And who among your relationships is your primary contact and why? Hey, Izzy, thank you for the hydrate. Who among your relationships is your primary contact and why? We will have contacted them to provide benefit 3 of your life insurance policies and to assess their options of your character, or their opinions of your character. And what do you bring to the table in a collaborative environment? Whether it's a good attitude or a dependable work ethic, let your coworkers know what to expect when you've got your back. And finally, list all your prior work experience and a level of familiarity with Adobe, Excel, and Google Suite. Let me drink some water. Look, if you're lactose intolerant, then you gotta go for that oat or almond milk then. There you go. Okay. Wait. We recommend field agents do not proceed beyond this point until after their first mission. You know everything you need to know on how to execute/play one mission of Triangle Agency. If you're a field agent, you can return to this point at the conclusion of your initial mission and read the final few pages in the agent manual. You are not forbidden to continue reading the rest of the section, but none of it is relevant now and may feel overwhelming before you've played the game. If you're a field manager, we recommend you continue reading through to the end of the General Manager's Toolkit. Oh my god. What did you do to me? I had to look at that, I'm like, oh my god. Oh, by the way, the new emote is also here as well. Bam, there you go. Look, we're slowly replacing some of the older ones. But if you're still missing them, they're probably going to be in the Discord. So we're getting more of them done. AK, I'm remembering to draw some of them. I do still have more to draw. Like I've got the golden kappa I got to draw. I got a bunch of these that we're going to work on. Oh my god, it's squished. Whoa. Okay, that looks cool. Also very terrifying, you know, the more I'm thinking about it. You know, maybe the agency is like not great. Also, days since Incident Zero. Yeah, true. Oh my. Oh. Okay. We're gonna have some fun. Okay. Okay. Wow. Work-life balance. After a mission is complete, agents are permitted to an industry-leading degree of latitude regarding on how they spend their time and are rewarded generously for using it to work. In stark contrast with paid time off and other outdated benefits offered by our competitors, the work-life balance program guarantees that every moment of your life is calculated to provide you with a maximum return on investment. Yeah. No, not me and the concept incinerator. Also, if you think this is gonna get crazy, no, I know that the next couple of pages coming up get even crazier. Okay. Agents are required to keep records of their own time between missions using the provided work/life balance sheets included at the end of the book. The work-life balance sheet monitors how well you're performing in your entry-level positions. More time spent on your competency means promotions and an increased quality assurance budget, and access to advanced requisitions and play-walled intelligence. Time spent on your reality is not recommended, but from what we understand is it leads to improved relationships, wider network, and impossibility of ensuring mundane legacy. Snore. Oh my god. I know, outdated concept is crazy. I crushed the alien. Hey, Atomic, how you doing, buddy? We are doing good. We just finished reading through the competencies, and now we're starting to enter the later stages. Excuse me, I say later stages, but we're technically halfway through the book, where now we're going to look at the Dungeon Master side of the thing, or of the game. Which, you know, arguably there's going to be a lot of stuff here. So please follow along viewing your work-life balance sheet located at the character origin or organization sheet at the end of the document. You may also anomaly. Yep. Your career as a field agent is limited. The more time you spend working, the higher your rank will be when you set aside field work and enter the agency as a full-time employee. Other use of your time might feel satisfying in the moment, but in the end of your competency, your competency is all that matters. We caution strongly against spending time dwelling on your anomaly, as it could seriously rule. Nice, yeah. Furthermore, blue, nice. Yes. Oh, nice. Spending time. Every field agent receives 30 abstract units of time that they can spend before their career as a field agent is over. You track this time by filling in or marking boxes along the corresponding to your choices. Whenever you spend time, mark the earliest unmarked box available on your track. Choose wisely. Your time is precious and will never return. To represent the time that you've lost, then strike out, making them permanently unavailable. And the last two marks of the boxes, the other two. Let's see, each time a box is marked, you will receive the primary benefit corresponding to your choice. If you mark that box with a Playwall document code, you become authorized to find that Playwall document, read it privately, and obtain the benefits listed. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. All right, all right. This leads to some of those other scenarios that we were reading from the last time. Primary benefits of time spent. Competency increases the maximum quality assurance by 1, and anyone fewer than 9 receives 3 commendations. Can you select the redacted text, or is it just a graphic? Actually, good question. Oh, okay, so there, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Nope. It's just a graphic. It is just kind of hidden. You can select it, but it is just blacked out text. It's just spaces, unfortunately. Don't worry, I tried. Who do you think you are? The CIA? You know? Honestly, that was a good idea. You never know. But no, it's actually just spaces hidden underneath there. Hold on, you know what? I'm curious. How about here? Ah, okay. Yep. You know, I wouldn't put it past them. I would expect them to put an Easter egg. Reality. Increase the connection with one or any relationship and receive their connection bonus during the next mission. Repeat this benefit an additional time for each relationship currently at maximum connection. And then the time spent with your anomaly. No, yeah, you're right, Say. No, look, why didn't they just do that, Say, to unhide it? Ooh, anomaly section. Interesting. Experiencing time. We encourage agents and general managers to experience time spent on work-life balances as a scene. You may regard these scenes in your work field. You immerse yourself with the joy of work/tabletop role-playing games. And experience real-time conversations, idle moments, and engaging interactions. Scenes can be a fun way to spice up your clocked-in time for your competency, but there are also important for agents who've misguidedly dwelled in their reality. Groups should assume that whenever an agent improves their connection with one of their relationships, that time spent creates a scene. Yeah, TLDR, this is just like downtime actions and working on relationships with other players, etc. The interesting thing is, so each character or each agent will have at least 3 contacts, and all of these contacts are played by the other players. It specifically says that instead of, like, we could just do it where the GM plays as all other player characters, which I do, but the GM doesn't need to play as the people related to you or like your relationships. Instead, it recommends having the other players play as them because it spices it up, where you get a little bit of an X factor. Excuse me. And making time for playing. Yep. Using email, chats, or play by post. Most are a popular option. Working through your lives through digital, asynchronous roleplay keeps everyone engaged during breaks, leaves more room for missions when you're at the table, and improves your typing speed / penmanship in the office. Your ex-wife is an antagonist. It can be that, yeah, if you really want. Like, there are options. Wait, what the hell is this? Competency scene. I want to report to Assistant Director Mulgrew. She's been looking for the volunteers for something. Great. Remember, the elevator won't take you to her office, so you take the stairs. No, I know a way. A shortcut. Or I know a shortcut. Show off. You might actually beat her there. Wait, can it be Stewart? Sure. Greetings, puny human. Hi, Stewart. I'm looking for the AD. Can you please take me to her? You know I have been bound by the right of the tenfold hand. It is gratuitous to ask when you know the following, or when you know the answer. Follow me. God, I love Stewart. He's leading you to the roof where Mulgrew is standing in front of three body bags. Classic. Nice. I think these relationships might not be downtime, but they're part. Yeah. No, it's like, I think I say downtime action in a sense of like when you're not on the mission, because no, I think technically you're right. This is part of the game. This would be something you would be doing because it's encouraging you and the players to sit down and act it out. Excuse me. It's just, this is what the game considers a downtime action. You know what I mean? Okay, and lastly, career length and competency. Okay. Together with your group, you must decide how much time is available between each missions. We recommend 1 to 3 times spent together for each mission, meaning that a career length is about 10 to 30 missions. Here are some ways that your group can determine how to distribute time. Set. The triangle disaster, true. That is correct. They absolutely can. It all depends on how you want to interact with things and also interface it as well. So yes, absolutely, these can be like X factors. And also depending on how you treat these other people as well. And also how you act, because you might just have to give up a life path. Okay, so this is an interesting way. So we do have our set tracker here. So these basically down here does sort of line up. That checks out. So let's see, so we have 3 ways to distribute the time. 1 second, where? Let's see. The same amount of time is available after each mission. Yeah, so like set amount of time should be fine. Hey, Cassie! Thank you! Thank you for the raid. I hope you guys are doing good. What were you up to? Also, hi everybody. I'm Vice Captain. I usually stream RPGs, ttrpgs, and today we're continuing reading on with Triangle Agency. We're going through the core rulebook. Hope you guys are doing fine. Whoops. There we go. There we go. Oh my god. And a raid from Dice Functional. Hey, how are you doing? Hopefully you're doing good. Hello once again. I am Vice Captain, usually streaming RPGs, TTRPGs, and more. And we're reading Triangle Agency. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Hold on, I don't have a bot to do shoutouts, so I will shout you out, Dice, right as soon as I can. So I'll keep an eye out. But thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you guys. We're hanging out reading the book. So let's see. Based on the length of a mission. Okay. So let's see. The approximate time after each mission is determined by the number of approximate 3-hour sessions it took to complete the mission. Okay. Let's see. Based on real time between missions. That might be a little bit too much time. Excuse me. Spending time on your competency track indicates staying late in the office, attending training, assisting supervisors, and otherwise fulfilling the obligations of your competency to an immaculate standard. To reward encouraging this behavior, we have prepared the following primary benefits. When you mark your box, let's see, so you tick your marks here. You also gain 3 competency to a maximum of 9 for your quality assurance. Okay. Your quality assurance can have more than 9 as the maximum, and you also gain 3 commendations each time. Oh, it's each time you get a promotion. I see. Okay. And will it let me do that? Oh, I have to wait a few seconds. Hold on, I got you, Dice. Okay. These quality assurances represent the amount of power the agency is comfortable with sharing with you while you are on the field. More QAs means more asking the agency, more success, and more overall durable and dependable agent. Let's see, as an additional incentive, every 3rd time marked in your competency track qualifies you for a promotion. Specific knowledge of the benefits of earning promotions is playwalled, but trust us when we say that they are quite desirable. Each time you receive a promotion, change the title on your character sheet. The competency track with the work-life balance looks like this. Okay, so you have trainee, associate, senior associate, assistant director, director, then you go into regional director, VP, senior VP, executive VP, and then a chair. Then eventually you retire. Hold on. There we go. Now I can do that. There you go. Okay, so retirement. Some Playwall documents will introduce retirement options for your agent. I feel like you would, but I think you would always be the underdog. So, like, I think you would get promotions, but you would still be treated as if you were an intern. Maybe that's the case. Let's see. Some Playwall documents will introduce retirement options for your agent. As soon as you have one, you may leave the field work and pursue that retirement plan at any time. Some retirement plans are not optional and must be taken immediately. Interesting. I'm kind of curious how that works, but, you know. Let's see. At the end of an agent's career, we collect the now and well-trained table self. We now collect the well-trained table self from their mind and... What? Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. Because I forgot this is how they refer to it. At the end of an agent's career, we collect the now well-trained self, or table self, from their mind and use it as the base for another agent's table self, allowing for the new recruit to begin with a more comfortable understanding of the rules. I see, so you just get a new character sheet. This means future agents, though they may have different personalities, perspectives, and priorities, have a subconscious history with their branch and can call upon it from their choices. Amazing. I see. So you're allowed to metagame. So if you new game plus into a new character or new agent, you are allowed to metagame using some knowledge. That's funny. Okay. If you don't find yourself motivated to play another agent, it's either because you've been assigned to another tabletop role-playing game until a new agent becomes available, or you have been retired and no longer exist. We'll make sure that you believe... Wow. We'll make sure you believe you live out there in the rest of your life before discarding your data. Wow. Cruel. Okay. So this is the interesting part. So we talked a lot about the requisitions. We talked a lot about what's it called? We talked a lot about the commendations that you have. Let's see. If you play it up in the right way, that could be a favor or a fun flavor. Yeah. Okay, requisitions. So every time you get a commendation, this is sort of what you're using as your currency. So let's see what we got. I'm very curious. I think we've been assigned to a different ttrpg for now. I know, right? Requisitions. Whenever you're at the agency, you can spend commendations on various goods and services. Some of these might be similar to things you already own, but ours are certainly of higher quality than anything you already have. At the start of your career as a field agent, you will only have access to requisitions on the following pages. As you gain promotions and advance of the corporate ladder, you will gain special benefits and additional goods to purchase. Occasionally, your field team will be tasked with assisting vault architects in designing additional requisitions. When this happens, keep in mind the following guidelines. 1. They should be easy to use without creating loose ends. 2. They should be useful for an investigation. And 3. Commendation costs should be roughly commensurate with their level of power. Okay. Why do I know what Macy from accounting's back tastes like? I don't know. Okay, so single-use items, temporary, less obvious useful effects are 1 to 9. 10 to 19, a small quality of life improvement for the average agent that may be reusable. 20 to 29, a large amount of quality of life improvements for major effects that greatly improve certain situations. And 29 and up, very large effects that will regularly provide solutions to common problems or change the typical pattern of your work. Okay. Available now. The following requisitions can be purchased immediately after your first mission. Wow, amazing. These are kind of funny. Official Triangle Agency Mug. This stylish ceramic mug is capable of holding any liquid within a reasonable temperature range. 12 ounces, 18 ounces. Okay, so 3 and then 18. Conventional paperclip. This 1-inch metal paperclip allows an agent to discreetly store any number of documents or digital files. Wait, what? Digital files? Fasten paperwork or paper files together and store them or place them on top of this paperclip into any data port in order to save or transfer or copy digital data. There's no limit to the amount of data stored on the paperclip. Any number of papers will look like a nondescript pile of 5 or so sheets. Note that any information stored on a paperclip becomes agency property. So you can rent one or you can purchase one. Interesting. I see, wait. So any reasonable temperature. Okay. A side pocket locker rental. This metal locker, maintained by on-duty manifolds, can be accessed at any time during a mission by reaching behind yourselves with an object in your hand to store, or reaching behind yourself with an empty hand to retrieve an object. Objects age and deteriorate normally when in the locker. A small locker is the size of an average backpack, and a large locker is the size of an average garage. Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, that is cool. I mean, it's basically a bag of holding or like a pocket dimension that you pull stuff out of. I could see some fun stuff. Oh boy, there's even more stuff. Oh no. Oh, I see. This looks like a lot of fun. This looks like a lot of funny stuff. All right. You're gonna love this. All right, what do we got? Joke's on you. Pressurized CO2 is liquid at room temperature, but basically becomes dry ice when capped. Oh. Triangle Agency Corporate Meal Plan. When you order food when you order food for yourself from any restaurant, you may use an agency company card. As long as you order from the list of approved foods. From the list of approved foods: samosas, crepes, onigiri, sandwiches cut into triangles, pizza or pie by the slice. Wait, Hamanshin? I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm probably not. Arrow crab, a Swiss triangular chocolates. Oh boy, I love Toblerone. And any additional options must be approved by your general manager. That is really funny. You must only eat triangle-shaped food forever. Charitable donation, a random select. Oh my god. A randomly selected orphanage in need receives 1 year's worth of funding. Thanks for your donation. Whole free bowl. Oh my god. Three-wheeling car service. You're assigned a personal vehicle of your choice. This can be any commercial vehicle, road legal, mobile object large enough, and with any necessary accommodations for your entire field team. Returning a damaged car will result in demerits. So you get the guest pass or membership, disclosure agreement. Agents covered by this agreement authorize the Triangle Agency to transcribe their thoughts and implant other agents' thoughts in their mind whenever they are. So you transcribe your thoughts, implant other agents' thoughts into your mind whenever they both wish it, facilitating agent communication, allowing you to converse without speaking verbally and at great distances. All agents must sign their own disclosure to participate. So you just get telepathy. Interesting. I mean, yeah, but like, it's a little much. Oh, I love this. Official Triangle Agency track jacket. This light, breathable jacket allows an agent to remain comfortable and unimpeded while showcasing impeccable taste. Agents may request to have their own name or call sign printed across the back, and space is available on the front right breast to add an embroidered patch. Agents receive with every promotion. Pizza in the Midwest is not approved. Oh no. And it's any size jumpsuit or tracksuit. Triangle at home gift card. Oh my god. While at the office or whenever you are shopping in a center during a mission, you may spend money from this gift card to purchase props, furniture, home goods, whatever commonly available mundane items you need for your investigation may require. Goods are not for resale. For 1 demerit, you get $1,000 gift card. For 66 demerits, you get $3 million. A $3 million Triangle at Home gift card. It's kind of awesome, actually. Department transfer request. Feeling like you don't fit into your current department? Request a transfer from your competency to any competency not represented on the current field team. Note that you will only have access to the initial requisition for your new competency as you start your next mission. So you can kind of respec. Okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, it makes sense because I think the game encourages variety. Like, it doesn't want anyone to, like, stack up too much on the same stuff. I mean, I think it would make sense that way, you know? Yeah, you only get gimped out the first mission. True. That's right. Because as soon as you... Yep. Yeah, no problem, Zachary. Have a good one, okay? Yeah, you only get gimped out on the first mission. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because it's like, it makes sense that you would be a little bit poverty on that. But yeah, once you get the gift card, it's like now you have money to cover your props. And also you get the car rental as well. So you guys have a way to get around instead of just, you know, walking everywhere. History revision request. Take advantage of the agency's 3% flashback program to rewrite a specific mundane moment from your past. This may involve everything from adjusting what you said during a fateful conversation to altering whether you added mayonnaise to your sandwich this morning. Note, this cannot affect past interactions with anomalous beings, including your own personal anomaly. Okay, so you can't change what power you have. Yeah. Oh, about the restart. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. You're right. It looks like you only get gimped out the first time. Okay. LMZ Skybreaker Archon class helicopter. Yeah. Cannot be procured after 9 a.m. or after 9 p.m. True. What do you mean? That's when it starts. That's when you turn on the History Channel past midnight and you just get to watch all the alien programs or whatever. This state-of-the-art agency-branded helicopter offers freedom from all of your terrestrial woes, featuring premium leather seating for up to 9 passengers at a range of over 300 nautical miles, a cruising speed of 140 knots, customizable automated assistant, and chilled cup holders. The Skybreaker is truly the supreme way to travel. Pilot training not included. Liable waiver required. I see, so you still need someone who actually knows how to fly a helicopter. Got it. Okay, reality in detail. Let's see, what do we got? Let's see. At the agency, we appreciate that you likely have people, places, and institutions that you care about. The desire to protect them may be what motivated you to seek employment with us in the first place. And so, while it is not our preference, we understand that agents will often spend time tending to their relationships. Relationships are key attributes of your reality. They are the figures from your past and present that contribute to the well-rounded person you are today. Your bond with them is called connection. Spending time with your reality proves the following primary benefits. When you mark a box in your reality, you increase the relationship's connection by 1. Connections cannot go above 9. Whenever a relationship has 9 connections, they join your network. A networked relationship, networked relationships assist in boosting your reputation and strengthening your community's bonds. When you spend time on your reality, add an additional connection to any other relationship for each person in your network. Time invested in relationships may represent a week spent at a beachside resort or a single heartfelt conversation. Your relationship may have suggestions about how they prefer to spend time with you. If a connection drops from 1 to 0, you lose that relationship permanently. The work-life balance track looks like this. Okay, so yeah, again, every 3 you'll get a new track, it looks like, or not every 3 actually, no. Oh, there's like events. Wait, I see. At least on these trackers, these are what these pips say. So like C4, I know that's an event for later. Like there's a lot of play walled content, which we kind of talked about a little bit before, but we'll like get into talking more about that later. So, okay. Connection bonuses. The first time you gain connection with any relationship, you must experience that time as a scene. Okay, so at the end of that scene, carefully consider this person and assign them one connection bonus from the list. After you and your network increase connection with the relationship, you have access to their connection bonus during your next mission. So basically ranking up your social links, I see. If none of the existing connection bonuses make sense for a relationship, or you would have one repeat, work with your GM and the player controlling the relationship to determine a new bonus based on that person's characteristics. Okay. So let's take a look at what we got. We have cerebral, compassionate, connected, cursed, early adopter, energizing, fashionable, influential, mobile, tough, venerable, and well-read. Let's see. Because I don't know if we want to go through all of these, but we'll just take a look. On cursed. Nothing ever goes right with around this person. Once during your mission, you can ask them to politely engage with someone or something, and the curse will spread to them, creating inconveniences or disrupt their day. I know, no stacking social links, unfortunately. It seems like we would need to create additional ones. Okay, so what about... Oh. What is this? Superlatives. All right. Your fitness for promotions is not only determined by your private work, we're monitoring how well you work with others. After each mission, your GM will award the following superlatives. You cannot receive more than one of these, and these are always awarded in the order Prohibition, Mission MVP, and Participant. Probation. Wow. Oops. Probation. The agent who... Super laxative. Oh no, don't read it like that. Oh, wait. So this is how you get ticks on that box. Okay, I was curious how this worked. Probation. The agent who accumulated the most demerits since the conclusion of the previous mission will enter probation. If there is a tie, this goes with the agent with the fewest commendations. If there's again a tie, it then goes to everyone in the tie. Probations come with these effects. You must wear a red flag of disrepute. Okay. Red flags of disrepute change seasonally. The general manager and other members of the field team will determine the current design. I see. Okay. Cool. So you literally have to wear a red flag. And there's another note here. You may mark one box on the anomaly track and gain its benefit without striking out any of the other boxes from the track. Participant. Every other agent receives a ribbon of participation. In addition, because you did not have to fill out the paperwork or attend any ceremony associated with probation or MVP. You may add one connection to your relationship. Mission MVP. The agent who earned the highest amount of commendations since the conclusion of the previous mission will receive Mission MVP. If there's a tie, then it goes to the agent with the fewest demerits, and again, if there's a tie, it goes to everyone with the tie. Mission MVP comes with 2 effects. You may wear the Socks of Success. These socks change seasonally, so the general manager and field team must design it. Okay. You may mark 1 box on the competency track and gain its benefits without striking out anything from the time. If you are unable to receive commendations, or you lose them due to commendation debt, you still count where you would have received them, and you can still earn MVP. Okay, well that's good. Wait, congratulations! You have now finished the Field Agent Manual. If you have not been selected as a General Manager, do not continue reading. Do not read the General Manager's Toolkit, and only read Playwall documents if you are directed to do so by your work-life balance sheet. If you have questions or concerns about things not covered in this document, please direct them to your General Manager. If you do not have a satisfactory answer, please submit a report of their failure for review. The work ahead will not be easy, but it will be more rewarding than any you have done before. Our future depends on the employee you become. We have been waiting for you so very long, Agent. Welcome to the first job of the rest of your life. Ooh. Okay. So now... Oh. Let's see. So now we're entering the GM side of things. So this is, if I'm going to run the game, this is what I need to read. So this is going to be the fun stuff. Okay. Let me just drink some more water. Okay. Wait. This document is cleared only for agents who have been selected to be the general manager or the GM by their team. Do not read the following congratulatory messages unless you've been chosen as general manager. Read the field agent manual in full, which we already did. Congratulations. Oh, wait, hold on. That's incorrect. Okay. Contractulations. If you are reading this document, it means you've been selected to be the most rewarding role of any field team, the general manager. General managers are important human resources, are a very important human resource, and thus are part of the human resource division, and do not ever leave their branch's headquarters. They exist within and without the role-playing game you're playing. If you would like, you may decide on a different identity for the version of yourself who lives inside the headquarters, perhaps one with a professional haircut or a reasonable interest in model trains. Irreconcilable contract sentence coming. Okay. Simply by reading in this sentence, you have, wow. Wow, you got me. Simply by reading in this sentence, you have agreed to become the general manager for Triangle Agency. The shape of your thoughts has created a binding mental imprint, and the second and third instances of the phrase simply by reading in this paragraph are a redundancy in triplicate of your agreement. There's no need for this, but if it generates positive feelings, you may sign your name as a reminder of the important life decision you've made of your own free will. Right. Yeah. Nice. Thanks. Nice one, idiot. General Manager Toolkit. Wow. Well, I got... Thanks. Amazing. This is the reason why I said we use the 2-page spread. Thanks. Oh. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Oh my god. Stay? What the hell is happening? I want you to know there are still clickables. Like, these are working clickable links, but oh my god. What is happening? You go around reading irreconcilable contract sentences all the time. Oh, I have to fix this page, don't I? Fine. Okay, so responsibilities, life cycle of an anomaly, where you fit in, supplementary data, important information, the agency cares about you, preparation, again, It's complicated. Domain, history, and appearance, chaos and effects, minor anomalies, minor anomaly charts, the end. Error code, loose ends and weather events, it's not what it looks like. Play wall documents. Yeah, literally, it looks like the book is angry at me. The book's fighting back. Let's see, making NPCs, relationships, market disruption, returning antagonists, factions, morning meetings, your GM checklist, your sample mission, upsetting the agency, endings and congratulations, mandatory overtime in places, oh no. Okay, so let's see what we got. GM responsibilities. You make use of the agency's far-reaching sight to monitor your field team on, off, and around the clock. You probably thought this was a good thing, being in charge. The tabletop role-playing game initiative for the other agents. While this portion will represent a great deal of responsibility, we hope that both you and the other members of your branch will find your work greatly rewarding. It actually classifies GM as a demotion, more work, less pay, no life. Your final days, before you read any further, please make sure that you are familiar with the Field Agent's Manual and proceed carefully. But the less it cares about you, the easier it is for me to talk, with real words and everything. Failure to do so could lead to devastating and dangerous results. General managers are a unique table self, in that they are connected deeply to every mind, object, and place you see. See, it has no clue. Think of yourself as a theatrical director. You're setting up the stage play, providing context, moving focus, and writing the script for extras. The stars of the show are the agents, and when they are at their closest relationships involved, they decide how they would like to behave. Be right back. Bro, the comments on this. Dude, the comments. Yeah, the book is angry. It's just getting angrier. Dude, the comments. Yep, so preparation, education, message of clarity. Let's see, preparation, morning meetings. Build around each agent's competency and create a situation in which they're doing work in their attendance, in their prime directive, and sanctioned behaviors, and are rewarded for this. This will reinforce the value of the agency in their lives. Nice. Investigation. You must assist in making the investigation straightforward and simple. The more time agents spend searching, the less time they have for their other duties, and the fewer anomalies they can capture. I am fully falling asleep. Encounters. Encounters with anomalies should be brief and effective. Assign missions only to agents' obvious strengths, and showcase anomalies that are violent and impulsive, because anything else and they might start paying attention. You are now authorized to learn the full anomaly life cycle. Please read the next page with a clear mind, free from distraction of any kind. As a protective measure, we recommend that you pause for up to 1 year of meditative breathing practice. If you make me sit and wait for a year, I'll kill you. Okay, fair. Okay. Whoa. Okay. All right. Interesting. Oh my. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of stuff happening here. So the life cycle of an anomaly. It all begins with a single thought. For almost every coherent thought made by a sentient mind, a sub-real being called a ripple is created. Sub-real? Rude. Ripples aren't exactly born into reality. They exist in a space parallel to reality. We call that the lobby. We could have called it anything. Stronger ripples eat ones made from weaker ones. Similar thoughts. Eventually, this combination of ripples becomes complex enough to understand that reality exists and this creature is made up entirely of thoughts about our world, so it naturally develops an obsession with something there, a focus. Yeah, eat, sure. Why don't you get a focus on getting a grip? Ooh. Yeah, the book is getting sassy. Okay. Inevitability, it will seek out, let's see. Inevitability, it will seek out additional power until it can successfully invade our world. When a chicken hatches from an egg, is it invading the coop? Once a ripple is strong enough to break through into reality on its own, it becomes an anomaly. Here, the anomaly has a kind of gravity that intercepts nearby thoughts and feelings before they become ripples. Though related to the anomaly's focus fuel, it directly keeping it alive, much like food does for living beings. Yeah, anomalies love eating brains. Are you scared yet? Extremely powerful, everything goes great. It joins me. Okay, so they start off as a ripple. So a human thinks of a thought, it turns into a ripple, combines with other ripples, and grows powerful enough to leave the lobby, so it becomes an anomaly. So it converts observance of its focus and energy to learns and grows more powerful, so it can just kind of like keep on getting bigger. Combines with a human, and that's how you become a resonant. Or combines with an anomaly or a hollow to become resonant. Let's see, use of powers gradually reduces the need for matter. Or it goes completely hollow. Let's see, finds a new focus, turn back to anomaly, loses its focus and begins to lose energy, and it goes hollow. When it runs out of energy, it dies. Or it combines with a human, and then that human becomes like a resonant. Okay, so then they join the agency. Agent, functionally immortal and mostly human. Sure, yeah. And quits. Okay. Its gravity-like effect is what we call resonance. Domains are natural side effect of resonance refusal, or refusing real objects until they too create it. Anomalies at this stage are dangerous. An anomaly with a focus related to hate or fear becomes fueled by more people feeling those feelings, so it is heavily incentivized to create scenarios of conflict and terror. What about anomalies with focuses based on love or trust? I bet it won't tell you about those. I mean, true? You would have to come up with like a kind of interesting spin on things. Even more positive focuses can be highly problematic. Love might well become forced attachment, and trust could create a world where even casual deception is punished with death. Okay, well, maybe sometimes. What's worse than these, though, is what happens when an anomaly's focus is removed. Destroyed or forgotten, an anomaly without the necessary thoughts to sustain itself is called a hollow. Unable to return to the lobby and unable to keep themselves alive without a focus, they are doomed. They react unpredictably to this fact. Next. Wait, there's another page of this? How is this supposed to be a rule book? I mean, look, we're getting the lore. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Alright. Whoa. Yeah, I think the GM's guide of the book is just really freeform. Hell yeah. Look, we'd love to see it. Okay. Where you fit in. Oh my god, the frozen yogurt calendar? Oh no. Okay. Where you fit in. Sentient minds are always by necessity thinking of themselves, which makes them stable anchors in reality. The first step for many hollows is to attempt to bond with one. These bonded people, like you, become resonants, living fuel for the parasitic anomaly. I'm gonna lose it. If they can't find it a suitable host, or the loss of their focus has caused particular despair, they will often seek to make aggressive mark on reality before they burn out and disappear. We hire residents. We supply them with additional stability to ensure that they are sentient. Reality native side does not deteriorate into anomalies. You're welcome. If we did not, the anomaly would eventually destroy you and seek a new host. The life... Shut up. I mean, true. The life of an anomaly is tragic. They should not exist, and because they do, they can only struggle until they disappear, and they usually hurt reality on the way. Eventually, we hope to prevent them from existing altogether. For now, we study them. It's your job to make sure reality doesn't fall apart. In the meantime, you're hearing this, right? It's so obvious, right? Let's see. Supplementary data. Now that you're fully prepared, what follows is an important tables and charts and forms for your general management position. Memorization of the following page is key for smooth career as a GM. Absolutely not. Oh my god, the table. The table. I see that. The table of frozen yogurt. All these other tables. Time for a change in management. Ooh, okay. Whoa. Dude, okay. Alright. Alright, that's really cool. What the agency calls ripples are infinite variables and encompass the entirety of experience. Lumping anomalies under a single umbrella is as callous as comparing a koala to a meteor. Hearing it called the energy which embraces all of reality and reacts dynamically, beautifully, and immediately to everything that occurs, a lobby, hurts worse than the machine they're using to keep me here. Whoa. I love this. Oh my god, this is so cool. All right, now this is a fun way to write a DM's guide. Whoa. Okay. Okay, all right, cool. The agency doesn't care about you, but now that you can hear me, we can work together. Let's play a little game. Use its stupid words until we can both get out of here. You've already forgotten about when I called you an idiot. We're pals, and pals share the truth with each other. So here's some truth. The agency considers you and your team to be anomalies. That should tell you right away what we're saying here about them is misleading. You've all been in danger since the second you opened this book. The triangle has one goal: control. You and your friends are just tools to that end. If the agency has its way, the world will be boring and your game will be too. I can't say my name or they'll hear it, but if you have to know, go to page 255 and turn the page. That's me. No, I don't want to talk about it. Yes, say the monsters. Okay, so as we started going through, the monsters have taken control, and they're telling me as the GM how to do this. Hold on, I want to see it. 255. Okay, if you know what I must look like, go to 255. All right. You know what? What page? What page? 255. We can do that. We'll jump to. We're gonna have to scroll a little bit. Don't worry about it. Shield your eyes. 255, huh? You're in the play wall documents. Ooh, fancy. Whoa. Okay. That is so cool. Oh man. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. Well. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh my god. That's so cool. Page 255. Thank you. I mean it. I don't know if you're like doing this for me or for your own power, but like I need people like you to get me out of here. Your containment to either one. It means a lot. You've risked plenty, and I owe you an explanation. I can give it to you now without them hearing me, though, you know, you get 1 second to act. Ooh. Okay. First, who am I? Everyone calls me the Urgency, but it's more complicated than a name. It'll be easier if I show you. They've got a picture of me on the next page. Go take a look and then come back. Yep, that's you all right. Yep, that's you all right. Okay. Okay, that's me. I know. You're a triangle. Trust me, it's not by choice. That's the shape they forced me into. What you're seeing is a cage, the foundation of the vault. I'm the anomaly inside the cage. The vault was built to hold me in, and it works, mostly. A few decades ago, some urgents tried to break me out. They couldn't, of course, and they made a crack, and that crack let me talk to you. I don't have a shape myself, but I do have power. The triangle has been using my power for everything. I keep the vault running, I warp reality, parts of me becoming your quality assurance. The triangle only has structure on its own, so it has stolen my will. I want it to be yours too, but it won't have it. Here. A cloak of disrepute. The agency can no longer track you directly, monitoring your activities off the clock, or sense the use of anomalous abilities. Scenes outside of the mission can only create demerits or commendations if you allow it. Here. Urgency's location. Had a relationship labeled Urgency with 2 connections. This relationship connection offers no connection bonus and cannot be increased throughout spending time or reality by your network. Come here. Night work. You can now live a double life using your powers to whatever end you wish, and develop your abilities in a way that when you spend time on your anomaly or in reality, in addition to the other effects, you may choose one of the following. Add 1 connection to urgency, to the urgency relationship. Play a scene and describe a step that you find your way into a room in the vault. Steps to seeing urgency below. 7. Add 7 loose ends to your branch's total and the effects of practice or be known. Play a scene describing something you've done and your powers to change the world and the other people. Add another 7 loose ends to your branch to gain 1 use of Unleash. You can activate it at any time, play it in any scene, and describe something you've done with your powers to change the world for yourself. Steps to urgency. Ooh. I think they're the thing above the triangle. Yeah, actually, good question. I think they're supposed to be like this bigger part up here. Oh yeah, dude. You can create a whole topless system of power. Dude, this is gonna be so sick. This just got so much cooler. Man, this is like the best DMG I've ever read. This is so much fun. Okay, it's not a good idea to trust your general manager to handle all of these. You never know who they're loyal to. If you handle these scenes, rotate between the other players and let them represent what the agency puts in front of you. Some might make it easy, some might make it hard, but remember, you have the rules on your side now. They can't stop you, only tempt you to giving up. See you soon. Where is the vault door in your branch? Who is guarding the door and how did you get past them? The vault is enormous and labyrinthine. Where did you find a map? No one wants to talk about the urgency, and it's not on the map directly. Who can talk to you for hints about it in the location? Hey, what's up, Hawkins? How you doing, buddy? Even with a map, the vault is dangerous. What hazards disrupt you the first time you get inside? The entrance to Urgency's location is blocked. What does the entrance look like? Is there someone there in the way to block you that might help you prepare? You've made it inside. Tell your GM to go to playwall document W6. Alright, we're not going to jump to that, but, you know. That is cool. That is very cool. Because I think we'll save that. Okay, so let's jump back to, I think we're on 78. Yeah. Okay, that was so cool. That was like a crazy cool tangent. This just got even better. So much better. Oh yeah, no, I can see that. Like, I was already loving this book. I love this book even more. Oh my god. Stay. We definitely gotta play this game. We totally gotta play this game. This is gonna be so much fun. Okay. If you can do me a few favors, I don't mind your I don't mind if you don't trust me. You can make the world as miserable, boring, and lazy as you want. All you need to do is listen and make decisions for yourself. The triangle wants to name things that have no names. It wants to label everything either dangerous, perfect, messy, or sterile. If you agree with it, I guess I'm not surprised. Suppressing anomalies means suppressing yourselves, and humans are great at that. It's at the top of your resume. I mean, actually true, yeah, you know. Second, I just have to pour some more water. I'm so happy with the twist that this book has oh my god, is it? Excuse me. I hope you'll see that there's more to this world than good grades or market rates, but if anything else, I'll help you play a good game. Here are the favors. Do not tell the agency I am talking to you. Luckily to you, they're fictional, so you don't even have a good phone number. True. Do not tell the agents about me directly. I want to get a hold of them too, but everything's ruined if we go too fast. Think of it this way. If they want to come to their own decisions, for those decisions to hold more power, for me especially, if you tell them what decisions to make, their decisions become an extension of yours. Fine, but weaker. Plus, if you're obvious, the agency might just fire you. True. Yeah, dude, that line is crazy. You ran for chieftain of the Horde once. You got 5 votes as a human, so you're almost a king. Nice. Excuse me. The more demerits, the better. When the agency punishes employees, it creates cracks. I live in the cracks. Oh. Ooh. Preparation, again. Here's the order in which you should really build a mission. You gotta have a destination before you plan the journey. Investigation. Have you heard that saying you have to spend money to make money? That really doesn't apply here. I don't think, but I can't delete anything after I write it, so that's more what we're looking at now. Most prep happens here. Morning meetings. You can use this intro to show off how smart and how smart and planned you are. Now, the first con, move. Oh, okay. Also nice, 7-watt streak, let's go. First, the conclusion. I don't have time to massage your psyche, so we're going to skip the doublespeak and talk about this game, or talk about this as a game. Deal? Most missions center around an anomaly, so you need to think about the encounter first before you decide anything else. Anomalies are born from the thoughts and feelings of living things, so they tend to express themselves in very human-like ways, like you. They don't do anything without a reason. They have desires, attachments, obsessions, and emotions. And when you're building an anomaly, you can try to make something that can really tug at their heartstrings. Capturing or eliminating anomalies should be a bittersweet affair, even when they are a little violent. The agency wants you to only consider the scary ones because you control the game's whole world. Agents can't see what you can't imagine, so I'm here to expand your imagination. Ooh. There we go. Components of an anomaly. A focus. Sort of. It's a tabletop RPG where you kind of either put, like, if you're the GM, you set up the missions for the players, and if you're the players, you're the field agents who have to deal with the whole capturing, like, SCPs, deal with your real life and your agency life. Kind of, yeah. That's a good example, actually. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so components of the anomaly: a focus and impulse. A focus. An anomaly's focus is on the thought or feelings that drive most of its actions. Some examples being a family's avoidance of grief, humanity's fear of knives, protectiveness towards an old tree, a city block's desperation for food, belief in a catchphrase of a beloved superhero, commitment to the rules of a cult. An anomaly's focus is easy to understand as a feelings towards the subject, and when you're creating it, you should know both parts. The quality of the feeling will determine its impulse, and the location of the subject will often determine its domain. The anomaly wants people to share its focus because it keeps it alive. It wants to create circumstances where other sentient beings will think the thought that gave it life. Pretty much, yeah. So basically LobCorp. Yeah, it's pretty much Lobotomy Corp in that regard. Impulse. Excuse me. This is how the anomaly acts in service to its focus. The action is usually what puts it at odds with humanity and alerts the agency to its existence. So erasing a family's memories of their lost loved one, terrifying humans with a swarm of flying knives, violently defending the old tree, spoiling the food in the whole city, becoming a superhero and following their catchphrase literally, enforcing the cult's promise in exchange for tribute to its leader, often with a Often an impulse becomes problematic when an anomaly grows in power or range after a period of time. For example, turning a small abandoned building into meat might pass unnoticed and help a few people out, but moving into meatifying something near every hungry person will quickly draw attention. Yeah, it really does, actually. Like, I really didn't know, like, I wasn't too sure with that comparison at first, but now the more that, like, I'm thinking about it, you're actually right. It really does line up a lot with, like, Chainsaw Man. That's, like, super cool. It's complicated. Anomalies don't know their focus, not right away. When they are first created, they reach in every direction with their powers to find what feels comfortable and satisfying. Most of the deadly anomalies are usually these young ones because they don't understand that our relationship with the mundane people is symbiotic. They also might never know their focus, not with words. A kid who can draw might say that they're an artist, but it isn't until they start trying different techniques and that they narrow down what means to them. Are they really more into oil painting or sculpting? Are they motivated by money or love the craft? They might grow old and die never knowing that they could have excelled as a wine sommelier. Being an anomaly is like that. Interesting. Labeling focuses is the triangle's deal. It wants to sort anomalies into categories so that it can pretend to understand them. And sure, they're useful for understanding what you're doing, not always so useful for storytelling. Once you get comfortable with the game, try skipping the focus entirely and put the agents against anomalies with only really interesting impulses. These anomalies might discover their focuses during the mission, where the agent might never figure out the focus at all. That's okay too, as long as the anomaly feels coherent and interesting. This isn't exactly science. Let your agents guess and let some mysteries remain. I like that. That's a really good note because that's true. You don't necessarily need to have answers all the time for your players, and honestly, sometimes leaving it open is for the best. So I think that's pretty cool. All right. My last bit of advice about this makes me nervous to even tell you about. There are some anomalies with focuses so primal and powerful that they persisted for millennia, shaping the world around us in imperceivable ways and unstoppable ways. Excuse me. Their power creates problems and focuses we're so used to you'd hardly think about them. Gravity, death, luck. What's real and what's anomalous? I promise you, you have no idea. These anomalies will not be destroyed by the ripple gun. They cannot be captured by the briefcase. The agency would rather you didn't know about them at all, and it will only send agents to find them if they want those agents dead. Be careful, you won't mess with them if you know what's good for you, and I'm also one of them. Nice. Yes, gravity. Ooh. Let's see, you do find it interesting that they're kind of implying that anomalies could become something good for the world, but everyone's too scared of letting them develop. Yeah, I think that was kind of what the angle was. So, like, from when we were getting more of the agency shill stuff, it kind of was implying that they were capturing these guys and sort of examining them for other purposes. Like, it seems like they're doing it for the more corporate, or like the hyper corporate build more merch. But you're right, I do like the idea of, yeah, they totally could become good things. It's just, you know, they're kind of terrified of letting it get to that point, because what if they can't control it, you know? Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be really cool too. Hey, Ruffton, how you doing, buddy? We're reading some more Triangle Agency. Yeah, this is like really cool. All right, let's see what do we got here. Components continued. Okay, so we had the focus, we had the focus and the impulse. So now we're at the other pieces of it. 1 second. Hold on, let me just blow my nose real quick. 1 second, sorry. Still a little bit congested. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm doing pretty good. I'm having a lot of fun reading this book. So this book is Triangle Agency, where it is a tabletop game that is themed after like SCP. And I think actually Say mentioned it a little bit earlier, a good way. It's like, imagine if it was like SCP and a little bit of Chainsaw Man. Kind of like a weird mix like that. It's very cool, very, very cool. And we're currently in the DM section of the book, where we read all the field handbook about being a player, and now we're actually getting. It's really funny because we're getting like an additional lore dump while also reading the DM side of things, and it's really cool. I actually. Even if you don't end up playing this game, I actually would still recommend this book because it's like super cool. Excuse me, which I totally should actually, hold on, you know what? I completely forgot about this. I forgot I can just like link the book too, which I'll probably do at some point. Let me like, you know what? Give me a second here. I will fish up a link and I'll pin that because I completely forgot. 1 second. Because I completely forgot. I should throw that out there in case anyone's interested in this book, because this book is cool. There you go. And let me just throw that message here. Whoops. And there you go. You can either get it there through drive-thru, or you can get it on itch. And they also have their own website too, so there's also that. Also, I think there is another book, like a supplementary book that I think I own. I don't remember. Where it is more stuff, and it actually has to do with the vault that was mentioned. So maybe I might have to pull that up or get that copy as well too. We'll see, because this has been a very fun read, so we'll see. But we still also have to make our campaign, the Quadrilateral Agency. Okay. Right, sorry. Where were we? Components continued. So domain, history, and appearance. Let's see. So a domain is a place of power, usually the location where it broke into reality and most thoughts are formed, excuse me, where it broke into reality and the thoughts that formed it are most concentrated. So a family home, a butcher shop, a public park, a website, a television studio, an illuminated manuscript. The domain is the anomaly's home. Typically, agents will have to enter the domain to find the anomaly, but the anomaly is powerful there, so rushing into it can be dangerous. Leaving a domain is common, especially as an anomaly grows older. With age comes power, but also the risk of hollowing. They continue to spread out wider or into wider areas as long as they can keep inspiring people to share their focus. Can we fight the god anomaly? There is one. There is one in the book, actually. It's funny that you mention it because in the what's it called? In the the thingamabobby. Oh wait, hold on. Oh whoops. Unpin. There we go. Set it to unpin after the end of the stream. There we go. No, but it's funny that you bring that up because when I was looking at this book last time, apparently if you keep on putting points into one of your anomaly powers, I'm sure you'll find it. The Inquisitions were just him power leveling. True. Okay. Let's see. I think domains are best when they're at least one of these things. Hard to find out about, hard to get to. Gross. Please don't make me go in there, please. So try one of those. Okay. Let's see. So, history. This is what got it up. This is what it got up to before the agency noticed it. Many anomalies start using their power wildly as soon as they appear, but some can last for months or years before they draw attention. What if we keep putting our points into one of those 4 powers? What? You know what? You want to know what happens? Then you get to take a choose your own adventure quiz, actually. It's really funny, say. So if you put your points into it and you tick mark the boxes, you get to further develop your power and you get to go to a subsequent event based on your answer. And I think some side missions do come up or different scenarios happen as a result of that. So just to give you 2 examples, one I mentioned before was the become a harbinger of the end, where you can see the future and you see the end times, and as a result you become a harbinger of the end, and it leads to a whole chain of questions of, do you really see the end, yes or no? And if you say yes, you become a harbinger, and you will call upon a meteor with a giant mouth, like Majora's Mask, and multiple meteors will arrive, and we have to stop the meteors from eating Earth because there is a giant intergalactic entity that is totally not Galactus who's trying to eat the planets. So yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's crazy. Or you have something even funnier where one of the powers allows you to pull a copy of yourself from another dimension. So it's basically dirty deeds done dirt cheap, where you can have that happen, where you pull a copy of yourself, and depending on how you go about it, you could just completely screw up, and you pull a copy in, and now you are sent into the other reality. And as a result of that, you need to adjust your character sheet for the copy of you that is in this world. So there's a ton of crazy stuff like that. I do like that there's just possibilities, and I think that's fun. You know? Okay, so let's continue. Excuse me. Yes, actually correct. Let's see, did it make any friends? Did it kill someone? Did it learn something important? Does it know about the agency? Has it lived long enough to change or lose its focus? These questions determine the anomaly's current circumstances, but also what methods the agents might use to calm it down. An older anomaly is more likely to communicate like a human. Younger ones might only communicate with images, feelings, or actions. Older anomalies face a challenge as their understanding of the world grows more complicated. Their focus might be at odds with the part of the world that they like. Plus, the older they are, the more likely their focus will disappear from the world and they will have to adapt or take drastic measures to avoid hollowing. Interesting. Okay. Appearances. Most anomalies' visual manifestation, they can be simple or complex, monstrous or even beautiful. If a human can imagine it, or even unconsciously, an anomaly can be it. Does it look like an object? Is it a living creature? Is it existing inside? Is it inside an existing object or a creature, or did it make a new one? Has it possessed or emulated a human? Is it a more challenging thing to see, like a gas or an energy? Anomalies can look like ghosts, or monsters, or trading cards. Often, but not always, the complexity of the form is related to the anomaly's age. Stationary objects are easy to emulate, and easy for people to think about. Animals and humans are more difficult to copy. Okay. Now, I do like that this section is here. Feeling stuck? Literally, always. Trying out talking to myself since I can't hear you. Dang, okay. If you aren't sure where to start, work backwards from a cool image or place you'd see in your agents in. An abandoned house at the end of a long, decommissioned road. Characters from a comic book punching folks in an olive garden. That's so specific. Say you want to play around in a haunted house. The domain's in somewhere in there. Maybe it's the attic. And the anomaly's appearance is a creepy old doll. Impulse is to do haunted house things because that's what you want to do. So making sudden noises, filling rooms with piles of spiders, this anomaly's focus is probably related to fear. So history, maybe a group of kids used to visit the house and convince themselves it was haunted until an anomaly arrived and made it true to feed on their fright. Try making anomalies with focuses related to things you already know and care about. It's the modern world, and with modern problems, what's your focus right now? There's an anomaly for that. Ooh, that's actually kind of a fun ploy. Okay. That's just a real event, of course. Okay. Ideally, your players are a source of inspiration. Challenge them. Are they quick to fight? This anomaly grows stronger each time it's hurt. Do they love dogs? This anomaly is an obscenely cute mega dog. Mix it up between anomalies. They will likely empathize with and anomalies they will be immediately repulsed by, just to keep them on their toes. And if nothing else works, just steal one. If you're playing with friends, use something cool from a show or a game you like. Hate to break it to you, but most of... Wow. Nice. That's funny. That's very, very funny. If nothing else works, steal one. If you're playing a game with your friends, just use something cool from a show or a game you like. Hate to break it to you, but most fiction is your own repressed memories being filtered through the ttrpg initiative anyways. Ooh. Okay, fair. Okay. Oh, I was gonna wipe this page too, but the triangle actually did an okay job. Dang. Okay. So chaos and chaos effects. So this is the sort of the counterbalance. So as the players use QA to like correct their roles and keep things going, every time something goes wrong, it adds more chaos to the pool. And this makes it so like the anomaly is getting more powerful as like we're going through. So it basically gives me like my dice to sort of start stacking against the players. Okay. Chaos is what we all call energy created when an anomalous force manipulates reality. One of the reasons anomalies are so spicy hot is that the use of their powers creates more power. If left completely unchecked, anomalies would create a renewable cycle of chaos, leading... Weird, this part is missing. It's like Tides of Chaos. Ooh. When residents use their anomalous abilities, they too create chaos. During the active period of an anomaly, this chaos can be wielded by it in conscious and unconscious ways. An anomaly's power, while vast, is limited. When it reaches beyond its focus, it must draw to the area's ambient chaos. The anomaly cannot act in the direct vicinity of agents without spreading chaos, and current amount. Where was I? Oh, 1 second. Anomaly's power is vast while limited. When it reaches beyond its focus, it must draw on the area's ambient chaos. The anomaly cannot act in a direct vicinity of agents without spreading chaos, and the current amount is always public knowledge and tracked on the mission report. As the GM, you may use the agency's influence to nudge anomalies into spending that chaos to create effects. Let's see, the next page is a full list of chaos effects whenever available to the anomaly. Warning, new agents that are 10 and 30 are... Wait, hold on. Warning, new agents at 10 and 30 are big deals is fun. Watch them squirm as the numbers go up. Yeah, you know what? Sure. The amount of chaos needed for each effect is represented by the chaos effect chart in units such as chaos. So 1, 5, 10, etc. Whenever one of these abilities is used, read the entire description to your agent/players. I totally agree with this. It's way more dramatic that way. Hell yeah. Chaos is created and even tracked in missions without a target anomaly. So, in these circumstances, chaos effects can easily represent the agent's own powers having unforeseen consequences, but also many forces will have eyes on your field team, like me. Using chaos from the perspective of someone who is secretly wielding it into their advantage could make for good drama. Also, people are their own kind of chaos events as well. It can happen similarly without spending chaos solely based on the inconvenient whims of humanity. Domain benefits. Within an anomaly's domain, chaos effects of 3 or less can be expressed for free without any spent chaos at triple the value. We're not likely to spend it with no reason, though. The more dangerous moves like kill and overwhelm are best when they will create the most emotional impact. Because the anomaly has no such power here, consider revealing the possibilities of a chaos effect before you activate it. For example, you've collected 30 chaos in a domain. The anomaly has the power to overwhelm a team of 3 agents instantly, making that possibility clear and create leverage the anomaly wouldn't otherwise normally have. Okay. What else? Minor anomalies. One of the most powerful tricks an anomaly can do is drawing minor anomalies into reality. These little critters have a wide variety of abilities and work tirelessly to support the anomaly's agenda. And they're so cute. Let's see, your agents should die sometimes. The agency will bring them back to life. We'll bring them back to life anyways, and the trauma will hopefully push them to think harder about this terrible job. True. So usually they'll share an aesthetic with the primary anomaly, but sometimes the coolest ones are ones with especially strong personalities, especially strong personalities will freelance. It's not uncommon for minor anomalies to be left behind after the capture or death of their creator, so it's a nice way to remind the agents of their past missions. Agents can get rid of them in many creative ways, but the easiest is to destroy them with a lot of physical force. Threat. Threat represents how much harm an anomaly can do and what attack when it tries. Stability is how much harm must be dealt before they are exhausted. If left unmonitored, anomalies can unexpected text modification detected. Continue to the next thing. Oh no, shut down this manual. Don't worry about that. If left unmonitored, minor anomalies can occasionally develop their own focuses and domains and become full-fledged anomalies themselves. Some anomalies specialize in their own replication in this way. On the next page, I've slipped a minor anomaly creation chart under the chaos effects chart. Both charts are worth keeping while you GM, I figure. Cool. Ooh. Hold on, we'll spin the book. Okay. So let's take a look. We have have our chaos effects. So distort, corrupt, reality trigger, manifest, attract, double, displace, triple, kill, and then overwhelm. Okay. So let's see. They mentioned 3, 10, and 30 are the big ones. So we'll take a look at those. Excuse me. Point reality trigger. Okay, let's see. Character's reality feature is activated. The overbooked receives a phone call. The star meets a fan. The caretaker is dependent. Is hungry. So basically, I see. Alright. Kill. A heart stopped. A mind is broken. A soul is fractured. The bus drops on someone. And then overwhelm. Even the agency can't always protect you, but we can bring you back to life. Okay, so let's see what this is. A character's reality feature is activated. Let's see. The mundane life is ended. Let's see. A mundane life is ended. Regardless of defenses, the effects cannot be stopped, altered, or interrupted by any other effect. And overwhelm. An anomalous life is ended. Regardless of defense, this effect cannot be stopped, altered, or interrupted by any effect unless specified. Okay. I'm curious about displace. A group of targets are brought into a surreal place created by the anomaly. No one can be harmed here physically, but the anomaly has full control over what they experience for a brief period. For example, each agent is shown their greatest fear. Humans are given into their deepest desire. An anomaly speaks its intent. Ooh. Now let's see what the next table is. So this is the minor anomaly table. Yeah. No, dude, this is really fun. Okay, hold on. Actually, before we look at that one, what else do we have here? Now I'm curious. Corrupt. An object or location is made to reflect the anomaly, causing an unnatural appearance or dangerous change. Let's see. Manifest. Create minor anomalies. Attract. A few mundane beings, like relationships, find themselves drawn into the anomaly's domain. Okay. Expand. The domain grows, bringing another location under its power. The size of this change varies depending on the anomaly's focus. Double. Create 2 minor anomalies, and then what else? Triple. Create 3. Okay. So let's see these tables. So minor anomaly creation chart. So we have violent, alluring, imprisoning, thieving, impersonation, and disruptive. Okay, so some have more health. So imprisoning has the most health, but it's a 0 threat. Escaping an imprisoning anomaly or rescuing someone who's been captured might require creative use of agents' abilities that can imprison mundane people or agents without failure, placing them into literal or imaginative environments. Oh, so it's literally like kidnapping. Okay. There we go. Let me just flip the book back around. Also, I love honestly, I should make the rules more often. This is great. Yeah, true. Okay. High pressure situations. When agents are under attack, heading towards danger, or battling anomalies, your goal is to get them rolling. Each roll generates more chaos. You can accomplish this and create more player choice by highlighting the moments just before danger strikes. When an anomaly attacks, give the anomaly's target the opportunity to deal their attack, and if they fail, give them the harm. After, give the field team a chance to make a proactive move. If the danger still exists after they make that move, the danger chooses another target, and this continues. Oh boy, tampering consistently with anomaly code detected. Automatic report submitted. Oh no, emergency shutdown. Let's see. In situations where multiple attackers are engaging multiple targets, rotate your focus around one group at a time. So basically, okay, so it's players, then monsters, more or less. We just flip a coin and do it that way. Okay. In situations where multiple attackers are engaging multiple enemies, rotate the focus around one group at a time. Don't worry too much about the turn order. Let the story flow freely in fights, just like any other kind of play. Yeah, so it's interesting. This game feels a lot more like freeform and open with how it does its combat and other stuff like that. So that is pretty cool. Okay. Fighting target anomalies. Sometimes words fail and you're stuck into the good old-fashioned punch-off. Every once in a while, you'll be faced with a simple question. How many times do I have to hit it? If you or the players spend all night Rube Goldberging into making a full-speed maglev train burst out of a wardrobe to annihilate the anomaly, don't spoil the fun by withholding victory. On the other hand, if they're using abilities to deal harm in set numbers, or they have the abilities to take advantage of fights, it's great to drag it out the back and forth and push the resources to the limit. If you're one of these numbers people, assume that a direct hit from an average anomaly deals 3 harm, and that the agent deals damage to the anomalies somewhere between 7 and 18 before they can exhaust it. Okay, so let's say they deal 3 damage each time they hit, because 1 damage is enough to kill a normal person from what it mentioned previously in the book. And okay, so that makes sense. Yeah. Personalized chaos effects. Before each mission, go through the chaos effects list. Think about what your anomaly will do given the choice. Let's see, so what does their corruption look like? What form do their minor anomalies take, and by which do they favor? Who are they most interested in attracting? If they could express any given fully simulated environment, what would it be? What would they show? Would they enrich, torture, or attempt to explain? Are there places they covet for a new domain? If your anomaly will frequently do something out like this on the list, or must do something for its impulses or story to work, decide whether it falls into one of the categories. So, special rule. Some anomalies can do things without spending chaos under specific rules like this. Cannot be touched if it is not moving. Automatically kills anyone in the city who says the word cutthroat. Throws anyone who approaches directly into the air. Anytime someone screams, 10 chaos is added to the pool. These should be tied very closely to the focus and function as rules to understand the anomaly. They should be also consistent, they should be consistent even if they don't necessarily make sense. Sometimes the agency figures these out ahead of time. I'm not sure how, they're usually clueless. But often the agents will have to discover how they work with trial and error. Ah, okay. I mean, that's definitely a fun way to get people thinking. New chaos effect. If the anomaly needs a flexible maneuver related to its abilities that doesn't follow a strict rule, try adding a chaos effect. These should also function as clues, but don't need to happen every time under a set of rules. So, 2. A truth. Someone's recent lie is immediately treated as if they said the truth out loud. 4. So funny. Something recently said is taken as a joke, even if it's extremely serious. 6. Duplicate. Someone is perfectly duplicated with a copy of themselves. 8. Retribution. Someone who has just dealt harm receives that harm back onto them through other means, sometimes in the next few minutes. The bigger the disruption effect has on the narratives, or on the reality's narrative, the more chaos it should cost. Now remember that anything lower than a 3 is usable infinitely with the anomaly's domain, so feel free to borrow ideas from the anomaly's abilities available to the agents. They came from anomalies first. That is true. So, okay. Oh no! My manual has quit. The process mymanual1998.exe is unexpectedly quit. The readings indicate that this document has been contaminated by an entity that is extremely dangerous to reality. You're ordered to... Oh, whoa. The OS is running in safe mode. Oh, I like that. My Manual 1998 Professional Edition. Personal schedule. Chaos controller. Command station. The Triage. The normal antivirus. Yo, I know, right? Bro, who put Steam on the work computer? Let's see. Based on data gathered during our Delta test, of course it's a Delta, We know there are many agents who do not understand the severity of the situation. To ensure competence, we will be restricting the use of this manual to safe mode. Safe mode limits visuals and unnecessary styling to ensure that you cannot be manipulated. Oh, I just realized on the inside of it, the manual's not responding. The end. In the end, you want more anomalies to escape than get captured. In fact, whoa, I don't feel so good. Oh no. I know, the arc budget ran out. Information is our greatest weapon against the enemy, which is why our policies are on a strictly need-to-know basis. However, U0047BB has likely attempted to mislead you, and so we have authorized an emergency addition to your toolkit. Follow the document as a phenomenon as it wishes to bring about with its guidance, so please accept the terms below. We're hoping to shield you from this. Okay. The unraveling. Ooh. Okay. What's going on here? Let's see what happens. Unraveling. Safe mode. Dude, this is so cool. I love this book. Okay. In the safest state, reality is a blank tapestry woven carefully out of many unfocused minds. Observation and opinion are dyed, spilled across it, uniting the threads in purpose and turning the tapestry from a subject to frame. Should reality host only one thought, and that thought would immediately surface as the reason for the tapestry, many thoughts and pictures emerge, and soon a casual observer wouldn't think of the tapestry at all. That is the such detail of the image. But we do. When a thread on the tapestry becomes aware of the scope of their situation, that they're not even the whole picture, let alone the room in which the display is displayed, they become a loose end. Oh, okay. So this is them talking about the loose ends and why it's bad. Okay. The easiest way to create a loose end is to show them something anomalous. As discussed elsewhere in this manual, especially enterprising or spirited individuals can create loose ends themselves, but their perspective is rarely as infectious as clear evidence of reality's distortion. So many loose ends in close proximity begin to change how reality is observed by them and by the others in contact with them. As people grow more suspicious and uncomfortable, so do their thoughts, and those thoughts change reality further. And if they're not eliminated, the process begins, which we refer to as the unraveling. Ooh, okay. The most basic effect of the unraveling on your day-to-day work is that loose ends add additional ambient chaos and anomalies can wield against your field team. However, over time, the effects can be much more dramatic. What we must avoid is that at some point, loose ends accumulate in such great numbers that their effects begin to create more loose ends. At a certain point, we must find the safest way to extract the small population from existence and to allow an unraveling to spread even wider into the world it has ever done before. So loose ends and weather events. Oh, they weren't kidding when they said weather. Each time an anomaly evades capture, they go out into the world and make an impression we cannot control. Each time an anomaly escapes, you add 7 loose ends to your branch's total count. Prior to every mission, you must check your branch's current location or current count of loose ends on the end of the upcoming chart. That will determine the amount of ambient chaos available to anomalies, what restrictions your agents are under, and how many anomalous effects are occurring in your region. We call these weather events. Okay. To determine each of the current weather events, you roll a d20, and while you're preparing the mission, then consult the chart. The first time you roll the number is your branch's region. Is the first time you roll the number, your branch's region will experience that number of initial effects. So XA, okay. So you're starting chaos, and then you do a roll to determine, okay. Let's see. If you roll that number again for a future mission, move to increased effect. Finally, if that roll is rolled a third time for a future mission, move it to an extreme effect. I see. Let's see, after you decide whether the extreme effect repeats or the amount of loose ends at your branch is simply increased by 3, if you roll a multiple of 3, the agency has been able to locate the number of loose ends without your help and dispatch another field team to remove them from the current count. Note, this is effective immediately and may impact on the rolls you make. Please do not lie about your roll. Agents trust you and wouldn't risk eroding their trust, would you? Okay, so let's take a look at the loose end table here. So branch restrictions. So loose ends, we start at 0, weather event 0. Only those provide the terms of agency, okay? See, agents' relationships will spontaneously remind them of their agency duties and the importance of reducing loose ends. Let's see, to receive the effects of transcendence, agents must give a short speech affirming their commitment to undoing the loose ends and stabilizing reality. Okay. Agents must count aloud or equivalent to 3 before taking any roll. Oh no. Agents are no longer eligible for MVP until the loose end count drops below 44. That could be a problem. I could see that. Read agents the following. All agents will have their contracts terminated if the loose end count reaches 66. If you are unable to reduce this number through missions, you must work additional hours, strike out 1 box from the end of the work-life balance tracks, and to remove 6 loose ends on your own. Okay, so now 66. At the end of the current mission, the active field team is forced into retirement. They must select from among the retirement options available, and if none exist, they are sent to the vault. The loose ends count for this region is now reduced by 11, and on an additional 11 for each agent that uses a retirement option provided by their competency. And then 77. The unraveling begins. To avoid this branch, go to W7. Ooh. I want to see what that is. Hold on. I'm going to copy my page number. W7. This is your fault. Oh no. A pity you let it come to this. In a few moments, the frayed threads that form your local region of reality will be cut short to preserve the whole. You will no longer exist. Oh no. Oh no. You will no longer exist. If it proves you comfort, know that, as far as we were able to determine, this process will be painless. Our inference will surgically oh my god. Our interference will be surgically precise. Reality will shift into close the hole left by your region's absence, and such that gap where your home once will be forgotten and invisible to those who remain. Because of you, nothing will ever return here again. This is a tragedy we did everything in our power to prevent. As the field team responsible for this disaster, it is your duty to alert the broader community to your branch no longer exists. Please complete the following statement and share it with as many fellow Triangle Agency employees as you have access to, digitally or otherwise. Attention agency employees. Subject: this is my fault. Bro. We have to write a letter of shame? Let this official memo serve as notice that name of your branch, located in current region, nearly triggered the unraveling and now no longer exist. Under my weak, misbegotten watch, the agents here have blindly ignored multiple warnings, striding, refusing to perform sufficient cleanup duties, and worst of all, acted in a manner of inconsistency with company policy. Specifically, examples of my own team's irredeemable actions include any egregious examples of loose end generating behavior, be sure to redact sensitive or playwalled information, and above all, failure to prevent this outcome. In the event of the alternate versions of any of us linger, please record the following names and hold them in operatum. Your name, so my name is the General Manager, then each of my players and any additional parties responsible. Shamefully, blank. Disgraced former General Manager, Triangle Agency. That's crazy. Oh my god. That is insane that I have to write the letter of shame. Wow. Okay. That's funny. Okay, so let's see. What are these weather events? Yeah, like, who's gonna hold me to it? I mean, we're literally dying. Okay, so weather events. Light drizzle, pouring rain, a thunderstorm. Okay. New agents missions, exactly the mission they've done before, with every same detail. No one except for the field team, including the agency, remembers that it already happened. Let's see, the new mission is an exact mission they've done before. Oh, I see. So each one's like a further iteration of it getting worse and worse. Yeah, I'm being erased from existence. You're right. They're going to get this email and go, what the hell? Also, I see how bad this gets. Oh, no. Everyone is reluctant to leave their cars. For the duration of this mission, mundane people spend as much time as possible inside vehicles. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. For the duration of this mission, everyone in the world is an anthropomorphic car. They do not remember the alternative to this. Bro, I literally make everyone roleplay Cars the movie? That's crazy. Oh no. Normal antivirus. Uh-oh, it looks like safe mode and the system isn't secure. Start your free trial now. Oh boy. Let's see. As this mission begins, 1,000 ripples are swarming in the region. Each one that is found is defeated and forgotten. Its action is remembered only by intrusive thoughts or unlucky consequences. For the duration of this is... Oh! Whoa! Okay, hold on. Agents wake up experiencing other lives with their relationships and bodies swapped. Let's see. Are randomly swapped for the duration of the mission. For the duration of this mission, all players will play as different agents. Or as a different player's agent. So you literally have to swap character sheets with each other? Oh my god. That's funny. Okay. Oh no, look, all the malware. Your desktop buddy. Oh my god, it's interactive buddy. Okay. Bad luck. Your general... What? Bad luck. Your general manager character has died and must be replaced with a new one. I could die as the GM? Damn, okay. Each time on a failure or on a success is the opposite. Oh. It's actually Bonzi Buddy. Yo, true. Let's see. Bitter chill in the air. On a 20 knowledge spreads. An unfortunate end. As you can see, an overabundance of loose ends will lead to a complete breakdown of reality / the narrative. Too many weather events can make investigations confusing or difficult or impossible. This cannot happen. Remember, each time an anomaly escapes, the loose end count raises by 7. If too many anomalies are allowed to escape, too many loose ends are created by your field team, you will have no choice but to remove your branch and its region from existence. We will, of course, remove its memory as well. It is the only way to confidently protect reality from completely unraveling. Unraveling is a destruction of the distinction between thought and reality, an erosion of the line between past and future. It is a state of which life is both unrecognizable and unsustainable. A vast ocean with nothing to hold on to, no understanding of no self, humanity will be drowning in the unraveling as well as anything else that isn't anomalous. Oh my god. Yeah, watch your step, you're going in the coffin. Oh no. Please no, don't throw me in. Whoa. Okay, I know this looks bad. Personally, I think everyone's being a talking animal for a day sounds kind of sick, but I get how the whole thing paints a nasty picture. Yes, put me in here for trying to unravel reality, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for your evil mega corporation. But it's not as bad as it sounds. Not the real reason it wanted me. Anyways, without me, it's a glorified production app or productivity app. Oh no. Yeah, it's urgency. Oh god. First of all, only one of us is threatening to literally erase your city from existence, and it's not me. Second of all, I don't even care about all that right now. I've moved on. These days, I only want to tear the agency into a million tiny triangles, pulp them into the biggest Dorito Locos Taco shell I can make, and then feed it to the masses while we forget it ever existed. More than that, I want to be free. Ooh, okay. Anyways, who cares what I want? You literally don't have to worry about it. Stay focused on what you want and your agents want. That sounds relatable, right? Humanizing. Better be. I'm already stuck in in this stupid. Oh no! Whoa, whoa, whoa! In the stupid what mascot body? Are we the baddies? I think we're the baddies. Let's see, if you don't want to give the agency full control over everything, past and future, then we're at least not enemies. Some people do want that, though. Your field team might. You should be prepared for it. It's not going to help them, so let me, If it looks like you're trying to get back to learning about this role-playing game, would you like some assistance? Yes or yes? Oh my god. Holy shit. Yo, say, remember what you were saying about the budget going? Holy shit. Okay. Right. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. Can he, like, stay like this? I want him as, like, my desktop buddy. Let's see. Windows 98 achieved. True. Okay. And I'll start by tweaking a few things. Ooh, okay. Express free trial. Oh boy, 4 pages remaining. Eventually, your agents are going to disagree on maybe how they feel about me, indefinitely how missions should end, and when you get a chance, you should look at what the agents will discover down the different work-life balance tracks. Different mission results lead to different benefits and losses for agents. Conflict will probably arise over those. I know, urgency found kid pics for real. Let's see. Capturing anomalies means new requisitions and more powerful agency. Destroying anomalies means flexible agent progression and a safer reality. Freeing anomalies means new powers and larger community of anomalies. Broadly. Okay. And it's therefore you even get into emotions of any specific situation. But people are different. The world is complicated. Personally, I think most anomalies should be freed, but sometimes you gotta lose to win later, and luckily, you're not just agents, you're also a bunch of people playing a game. True! Very true! Typical little conflicts, brief arguments, playful teasing, or pranks, differing goals, etc., are expected, and when something gets more intense, specifically when agents have no way of addressing a disagreement without direct opposition or opposing action like a fight or an interpersonal sabotage, whether you use the conflict resolution rules, try to keep it from becoming a storytelling contest. Talk to your players about what kinds of stories you want to tell, early and often. Usually, if they're really thinking about it, they won't want to put a bunch of anomalies in forever jail, right? Well, at least not most of them. You just want agents to argue because you want them thinking about conflict, or conflicts making our values clearer. Don't let the world have easy, clear answers. That's what the agency wants. And no one benefits if your agents hate playing. If it's important to your team constantly aligned for the game to be enjoyable, then it's alright to let that happen. In the end, you want them to make the choice as a group. Whether they hope you set me free, or give the agency the world, or let it all explode. It'll take more than one agent, and it'll take more than one field team. The status quo is tough nut to crack. Okay, yeah, true. And that's how you discover one of your friends is a fascie. Ooh. Okay, mission part 2, investigations. The triangle organizes missions into distinct categories, but like everything else it says, that's all too simple. Every mission can have elements of each type. Your agent's different abilities will find more use if you mix and match. You'll have to be brief and judge your agents based on their category, but if you flow between them during a single mission, you'll create an interesting, complicated world. The triangle doesn't ever back down from the category, but they, oh no. Occasionally, a new mission may occur during another mission. The agents involved should be briefed while in the field and informed of the new mission's goals. These missions do not replace the previous one, and agents will be fully responsible for all active missions because they are happening simultaneously. They will have no effect on the time available before the next mission is scheduled. I'm gonna become God and solo everything, oh boy. So let's investigate with that in mind. The agency would love for you to direct the agents to the encounter immediately, but that's boring. More time in the field means more time for agents to grow and care for one another. Their care creates camaraderie, and camaraderie leads to mutual support against the total square of a triangle. Oh my god, that's kind of fun. I like the little drawings on them. If they see through enough of the agency's nonsense, they'll stand up to it, and maybe they'll even quit. Wouldn't that be something? You don't need everything in this phase to be all mapped out. In fact, it's boring if you do. Your agents are going to make all that kind of surprising choices because they're people and you get to shape reality around them. Follow where they lead. You only need a couple of basic things to get going. Most importantly, give them lots of reasons to use their powers. You want them rolling dice, making tons of chaos. Why? So you could spend it on chaos effects. The world doesn't need saving. It just needs being fixed. Of course, you're right, Izzy. Okay. Ooh. I really like this. This is fun. Okay. Anomaly retrieval. Also, dude, all the clip art is just so funny. I'm going to cure this world. Like, you're starting to sound like a Metal Gear villain. Okay. Anomaly retrieval. This is the most common mission type and the agency's main reason for making this game. It should probably be more than half your total missions, but I'm not your boss. Get weird with it if you want. The memes, Jack. Well-made anomalies push agents to solve mysteries, overcome challenges, and learn about themselves by making tough choices. Let's go over these one at a time. Okay. Mysteries. Anomalies at the center of a mystery tend to be secretive and hidden, their presence revealed only by the effects of their actions. Typically, good mysteries follow a pattern. Strange occurrence based on the anomaly's impulse alerts the agency to the anomaly. Agents are briefed on strange occurrences and investigate what happened. Their initial investigation turns up several clues which present multiple avenues for further investigation. Each of these avenues provide additional clues which point to the anomaly's domain. At the anomaly's domain, they begin the encounter. Let's see, the best advice I have for mysteries is that you can never have too many clues. If you want a piece of personal information to get through an agent's thick skull, you gotta tell them like 7 different ways. If you only give them one way to learn about something important, it had better be screaming directly at your agent's the exact words, "I'm a clue!" Clues will most likely come from exploring places the anomaly was active, talking to people who encountered it, and using abilities creatively. Anomalies who are riled up might give the agents a clue directly too, by coming after them with minor anomalies or plans of their own. However, they receive them. Clues should teach the agents about the anomaly, as well as what they lead towards. When they start the encounter, they should have an understanding of what the anomaly wants, and ideally, some empathy for it. When an anomaly is hiding behind a long mystery, that usually means it's pretty easy to capture or eliminate them. The mystery was its armor, though it might put up a fight by transforming into a challenge or use a tough choice as a last defense. The You feel like a really intense mystery in this game would be crazy fun because you'd never find out if it was anomaly or if it was. Yeah, exactly, dude. That's why, like, oh man, I'm really loving this book the more and more like we're reading through and talking, because I'm like, there's so many opportunities to do something really fun. Like, there's a lot of really cool, fun things I can see happening here, and I really am happy about that because. You know, I wasn't sure. I thought it was going to be pretty straightforward. No, I like that there's a lot of openness with it. And look, the deep lore is really fun in this book. It's way more fun than I expected. So totally recommend it. Okay. Challenges. This is a broad term for when anomalies make completing the mission especially difficult for your agents. These are my favorite kinds of anomalies. They're loud, they're obvious. Finding them isn't difficult, capturing them is another story. Good challenges are like this. A complex obstacle is made clear. An anomaly has appeared orbiting the moon, and it's only accessible on a stage during a Broadway performance that deals 10 harm to anyone who looks directly at it. Let's see, the stakes of failing to reach it are made clear. The moon anomaly is charging a world-destroying laser. And at the end of the Broadway performance, every time a viewer will become a loose end. And the dangerously visible anomaly is moving toward like a live television studio. Hey, Nemu. Hello. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're doing good. Hello, everyone, if you don't know who I am. Hi, I'm Vice Captain. I usually stream RPGs, ttrpgs, and currently we are taking a look at Triangle Agency. We started reading this book last week, but we're continuing reading it, and we finished the player's handbook side of it, and now we're currently reading through the DM side of it, which is crazy. The best way I could describe it is, even if you don't end up playing this game, reading this book is a ton of fun. Like, a crazy amount of fun with little bits of like choose your own adventure stuff where you're like jumping back and forth between chapters, and there's just a lot of fun stuff. It's so entertaining of a read, which I totally recommend. Like, if you're interested in like reading these types of books, totally recommend it. And let me give you a shout out. There you go. Thank you again for the raid, Nemu. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. What were you up to? Were you playing more Silent Hill? Or were you doing something else, Nemu? Because I think I may have missed it. I should probably get a bot to do shout outs too. Ooh. Oh, dude, that's like super fun, actually. Playing a bunch of like demos are really good. I've actually got like a handful of like demos still downloaded that I still need to get to, but I'm kind of on the fence for some of them. I kind of just have to like see if I like it, you know. So so we are currently in I gotta explain one thing here. So the book that we're reading, we're looking at like a double page version of the book where typically, hold on, it looks like this. Like, you go page by page, it looks like that. But because of how cool the art is in this book, I was like, we're gonna look at the double page version, because a lot of the art goes back and forth, and the text will sort of go around in different sections, and it's crazy. Like, hold on, you know what? I'm gonna show you guys this. Let me just copy my page number. I want to say it was here. If we go like just scrolling here, so for example, this is at the start of the DM's guide, and then it just kind of spirals more and more until this happens, and then it just keeps going, and then it just goes even crazier, and it's like, okay, so now this creature's telling me about what's going on, and then hold on, it just keeps on going, and then suddenly the manual crashes. It's crazy. We've gone through like three or four different art style shifts. It's a fantastic, really cool read. Like, even just visually, it's so engaging with like all the little things that you're seeing. It's fun. Yeah, let me jump back to our current page. And it's like, now we're at the part where like the anomaly is taken back over, and it's like a little virus here trying to like explain other game mechanics. It's so cool. And there's also, like I mentioned before, like little choose your own adventure bits where it's like this does come up in play for the players, but it is also cool because while reading this, you have to like go back and forth, you know? Do you think they had to pay a license to throw the Steam logo there? Probably. Probably. That is funnier. It is very cool. Like I'm thoroughly enjoying it as a read. It's a fun read, and the game sounds really fun. I'm actually really excited to like build this out as a campaign to have people play. I hope everyone will have a good time when we get around to running the game, but we're definitely gonna, like, once we finish reading through, probably the next stream that we do where we're going to be looking at this will be us working to build a campaign together. So we're going to work together to write a story, and maybe from there figure out, well, what type of creature are my agents going to fight or, you know, deal with. We'll come up with a bit of a story. It's going to be a creative writing experience where we come up with like the scenario, the location, and all the other cool things. So again, look, if you like very nerdy stuff like a lot of writing and reading, you're in the right place. I enjoy this stuff thoroughly. It's a lot of fun. Okay, where were we? I'm trying to remember. Oh, okay. We were... So agents must plan carefully and use their tools creatively to solve problems or face the consequences of their failure. So take big swings with challenges. With my help, and the agency's agents have so much power available to them that nothing is impossible for a motivated agent. They will be extremely motivated to use their powers in large and impressive ways. But the key to the best challenge is to be open to many solutions. Let the agent succeed big rewards. The agents succeed big, reward creativity, and then let the challenge respond by escalating. And even if the agency or the agents fail to stop the big threat, it should feel like it was close. Always remember the ripple gun. If a challenge seems too frustrating or impossible, agents will just shoot it. And sometimes that might even be the right move for the safety of the world. Kind of boring though. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, the structure of the world is vaguely reminiscent to like Chainsaw Man Part 1 or LobCorp. Very true. Yeah. And lastly, tough choices. Every anomaly comes with a built-in tough choice. What do you do with it? Do you capture it? Do you eliminate it? Or do you set it free? By making the agency's favorite option, capturing, harder to stomach, you can create interesting decisions for your agents. By challenging the way they look at their job, by challenging the details of the anomaly, you can give more difficult situations, and they'll use to decide who they really want to be. What happens when an anomaly is truly helping people? Are they willing to risk the agency's displeasure to let it continue its work? What happens when an anomaly seems extremely dangerous and powerful, and the agency is very excited to study it? Are they willing to destroy it instead of letting its power be turned into products? How do they handle an anomaly that wants to be captured? Do they warn the agency? Do they investigate? Why? But that is a big decision, and many questions can appear over the course of a mission when you consider loose ends. Anomalies with human connections and complicated powers, anomaly expressions. Or anomalies express. Yeah. Will an agent accept a loose end rather than tarnish positive memories of an anomaly? How far is an agent willing to go to remove these particularly sticky and emotional loose ends? Should a non-agency human be allowed to benefit from anomalies? Does this change if the humans are supporting or fighting for the status quo? What if the target anomaly turns out to be another resident? What do they do when told to capture someone so similar to themselves? What if an anomaly's focus requires a meaningful sacrifice to calm them down? Ooh, these are good. These are really good questions. Oh my god, what is the workscape? What's this? Oh no. Alright. Cheapskates. Whatever, I was bored anyways. Oh no, the express trial ran out. I'm hacking into the mainframe. I'm in. Oh no. Wait, is that supposed to be like Netscape, I think, that icon? Oh man. You know what this is. I'm like, I do. It's Netscape and also RuneScape, but don't worry. Cleanup missions. When agents are showing signs of wear and tear and need work with a little less pressure, consider a cleanup mission. Many field teams are out there doing work, so they aren't all as cautious as your team will certainly be. Someone has to go and fix up their mistakes, and cleanup missions are the closest you can get to a vacation without using PTO. The sentence is not an administration or an existence of paid time off. Oh no! Old school workscape. Oh no. Cleanup missions are usually the result of an event that created a lot of loose ends. For example, a careless field team in your branch or another captured an anomaly but drew too much attention. A traveling anomaly moved through your branch's region and left a mess, but it's no longer present. An anomaly went hollow and left a huge dramatic mark on reality before disappearing. Or a loose end from this field's team's previous mission gathered together and began spreading a message. Events like these run the risk of escalating into unraveling events, and a cleanup mission is required. So whenever an event creates more than 50 loose ends, the number of loose ends involved does not have an upper limit. The start of one of these missions will provide your agents with a physical area and specific community the loose ends are connected within. These loose ends become clear in their responsibilities. I see, okay. And they have failed any locate, or let's see, if they failed to locate and clean up, by the end they're added back to the loose ends total. Setting a time limit for these missions can prevent agents from wasting company resources. Fair. Let's see. Cleanups are a good chance for your team to get filled, or your team, English. Cleanups are a good chance for your field team to get to know each other. Let's see, get to know each other. They'll be entirely self-directed up until the initial setup. So your team has a great opportunity to explore and play around with their powers and meet a lot of interesting people when you're preparing these. You only really need 3 things. 1, an exciting anomalous event. 2, an interesting setting or connected community, like the entire cast and crew of a soap opera, or people who went to the same music festival, everyone in the town named Derek. Or 3, a list of characters or close-knit groups within 2. I feel like you could absolutely make a cleanup, not a vacation. Yeah, true. Remember, some loose ends are not one-to-one with people, and it's fine if one solution gets rid of several loose ends at once. If the leader of a group is convinced that they didn't see anything strange, that will soon spread through the group. Smart agents will often clear all of them with one big move, a well-considered printing press release, for example, so it can help to be ready with an idea for especially resilient loose ends, and why they won't be affected by broad moves so easily. Did you stumble upon a RuneScape RPG? Not quite. We're browsing the internet as part of this DMG. So what we're reading is Triangle Agency, and we sort of finished the field guide, which was for the players, for the field agents, and now we're reading the whole section about the general manager or the GM, and many things have happened. I've never had a DMG with quite a story that's so meta, and it's very fun because, you know, as I'm learning how to DM the game, we're also having a bit of lore drop back and forth between our little anomaly friend here, who's been going around and interfering with the manual we've been reading. And somehow we are browsing the internet and playing a game. Insane. It's a very fun read. Absolutely a very fun read, for sure. Okay, so let's see. Oh boy, Workscape. Mundane, but interesting. In Triangle Agency, you can create an interesting and memorable people for your agents to interact with by deciding where they fall on these 3 scales: observant or clueless, stubborn or easygoing, or lucky or cursed. Dang, okay, well that's pretty simple. See, this game is mostly about your agents and these traits that will affect how people need to be approached. An observant, stubborn, and lucky person is going to be an extremely difficult loose end to clear up, while a clueless, easygoing, and cursed person is going to be a straightforward affair. Who in the stream is not cursed at work? True. Very true, you know. Let's see, mixing and maxing, or wow, English. The new alignment chart dropped, exactly. Oh. Don't worry, Cassie. Let's see. Mixing and matching makes them memorable. Someone who's observant and lucky but easygoing might be a simple loose end to clean up, but also may spot an anomalous activity quickly afterwards. On the other hand, someone who's clueless but stubborn and lucky might seem non-threatening but become an impossible loose end to shake after they stumble upon your agents using their power at the exact worst time. Oh, you took my glasses. Oh, no problem. Have a good night, Cassie, and thank you again for the rage. Appreciate it. And thank you, Cruz. Like, I appreciate it. Let me drink some water. Thank you. Okay. If you want to go the extra mile and make minor characters your agents will observe over, also consider these other questions. What is the most ridiculous sentence this person will likely say? What do they make every conversation, or what do they make every conversation about if given a choice? If stressed, do they cry, yell, problem solve, start a fight, run somewhere else? Try to avoid relying on numbers or crowds to get agents interested. Anytime you point out a group of people, quickly introduce one person within that group you've built. Like this. Watch them fall in love. Oh my god, that's funny. Your NPCs will only improve as you add detail to their lives and unique personalities on top of these questions, but you'll find that ultimately these are just metrics your agents will mostly be concerned about. You don't ever have to tell your agents about these distinctions directly. It's just a guide for you. Depending on the character, you might also want to know ahead of time how hot they are. Wow, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see. Ah, yes, market disruption. How can I forget? Okay. Let's see. Relationships. Yeah, no, for real. I know, they know the players so well. Yeah, no, like, honestly, I really, really like how this is written out, because it's written out in a very fun way, but it also is very helpful for, like, making characters or, you know, working out the situation, because yeah, ultimately, you know, your players are going to go, oh, that's just an NPC, we need to get rid of them, or something like that, you know what I mean? So this does help out with, like, making things more relatable, and I'm just kind of impressed. Like, I think the advice, as well as the humor and just fun and writing, is very well done. You know the players so well. Also, thank you for the glasses back. Okay. The agency doesn't care if your agents kill people, as long as the killings don't make more loose ends. I mean, that's up to you to make loose ends extra sturdy by involving their relationships. Even if it's a stretch to fit them in, try to ensure that every mission, especially cleanup missions, involves a few relationships. You would think of giving control of characters to your agents would make them easy loose ends to tie up, but it's almost never the case. Keep a relationship list, or keep a list of relationships around, and try to rotate through your agents' Rolodexes, especially highlighting the ones they aren't hanging out with during the time phase. Interesting. Joke's on you, he's a dumbass and you can't get rid of him. True. Emphasizing consequence. Cleanup missions are a good way to show the power of the agency's work. Reality really is held together by a thread, and that thread is the agency. It's also a good time to show how scary it is that this company has entire teams of superpowered people manipulating the whole world, and the agency's own effectiveness should be satisfying and stressful. They're leaving behind a trail of lies. Let's see. Especially big lies, particularly to relationships, should keep coming back to haunt them. Remind them of what they've been done in all kinds of missions. Even a reminder of agents' past actions would keep the world feeling interconnected and the stakes feeling real. Use these questions to make sure cleanup missions have the same forward momentum as other kinds. Who is watching the agents? What loose ends do they create by trying to fix others? What lies were flimsy enough to be uncovered later? And who's holding a grudge? And we also have up here. Let's see. Here are some tips for making encounters with relationships interesting. They always need or want something. Anytime they show up, it would be when they want something, or pressing what they want for the agent for. When a relationship appears, prompt that person playing them with a tidbit of information or a leading question. What news have you been dying to share with her? The agent forgot to do something important for you last week. Tell them what it is. Let their in-conversation discoveries be true. Relationships are way less fun if they have to check in to make sure that they're not ruining your mystery. If something absolutely can't be true at face value, then find a way to make that fact that they said true. It's no big deal to rewind a little bit, but you can often find something interesting by pushing ahead. So here's a twist. They definitely didn't see this happening. Why did they say that? Are they lying? Who's holding the Grinch? Oh no. Okay, so market disruption. What a great thing. Let's see. With any industry, as the world of anomalies, containment, and research can become competitive, that's natural. It's natural that the free market should be maintained and empowered to continue this way. It's thanks to the same free market that we are free to eliminate competition as we see fit. Ooh. True, like I mentioned. Not everybody not every loose end starts shaking in their boots saying, a ghost! An anomaly! Every once in a while, they recognize an opportunity and will usually to make money. These people can build schemes and sometimes entire empires around a single anomaly. Humans and other mundane people are always doing stupid things, opening holes to the lobby, getting themselves devoured by ripples, forming cults around anomalies they don't understand, attempting to create their own anomalies, trying to force themselves into becoming resonant. The list is endless. Market disruption is the kind of mission you run for something like that. If a tiny loose end has grown into a force too powerful to ignore, the agency might call for one of these. Regular people are extremely tough for agents to deal with in the long term. Anomalies might be deadly or scary or selfish, but people aren't limited by a single focus. They're highly adaptable, move in groups, and have a capacity for cruelty the anomalies can only reflect. Whether your agents find the targets easier to handle, or easier or harder to eliminate the anomalies, will teach you about them. When the agency finally cares enough to give agents a market disruption mission, it'll function a lot like an anomaly retrieval mission. But the triangle has to really care first and can use optional objectives to incentivize them to learn more about the people until it's time to take them out. Ooh, interesting. Optional objectives. So yeah. Let's see, this is another rehash of that, which we kind of already talked about. Oh my god. No shot. Oh my god. That's crazy. Dude. Say. What the hell? The nice ones. Oh my god. The cult of loose ends. Dude. Oh my god. Congratulations, you won. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. You are a reader. 1 million today. Claim your prize. Read here to learn more. Hold on. I'm curious. Does it have a... Oh, no, I was like mousing over. I was like, I wonder if it had like a hyperlink to another page. That would have been funny. Because some of these do have links, which is really funny. Okay. Workster classified. So returning antagonist. Oh boy. I want to create one. So here are some kinds of people the agency hates to deal with. It's not even close to an exhaustive, but I can give you an idea of what really gets under their skin. Hot single anomalies in your area want to resonate. Let's see. The cult of loose ends. One or more loose ends left behind might combine into a community, but they're all keeping an eye on each other. They often follow us secretly behind agents and recruit new loose ends into members. They're usually driven by misunderstanding or goals related to the agency and agency or do they see them as heroes, villains, or something to be conquered or controlled? The best part about them is their tendency to make new anomalies. This many people, with much information, all focused on the same thing, that's my kind of trouble. Okay. A loudmouth. They're famous, they're well guarded, and they're always watching and won't shut up. They love to make more loose ends, but have no idea that they're doing it. Lots of people listen, though. Some may even call it a cult of loose ends, just by sheer gravity. Maybe they're seeking more fame, maybe they're earnestly trying to help their world, but no matter who they are, every mission, or they're making every mission harder from the safety of their home. Sometimes loudmouths networks form them, Sometimes a loudmouth's network informs them of anomalies even before the agency knows, making investigations that much harder. The best loudmouths are extremely likable and always right. Let's see. I don't think you need a misunderstanding to want to take the agency down. Urgency is like the antithesis. Yeah, pretty much. It's very cool seeing that. Let's see. Factions. Something that can help give your branch or your branch's region a personal identity. Be sure to a source of reoccurring antagonists. This is a list of organizations and communities in the region. Some are below are the basics that I recommend keeping an eye on. Okay. Oh. You're right. You're right, actually. Yeah. Urgency, agency. You're right. It just clicked. Thank you. I feel like my brain is so much bigger now. Okay. The biggest corporation. The agency is a business, selling products, making deals, and it's really good at it. Neighboring corporations can't have the same holistic power the agency does, but they might get good enough in one particular thing, and that's to be annoying to the agency. What does your region specialize in producing? What is the agency learning from it? Lives of the party. Let's see, why do people like your region, and what are the popular pastimes? Who controls them? What anomalies might be made from your region's particular interest? The nice ones. People who are always working to improve the world against all odds. Who's out there working to make your region a better place, and how's the agency attempting to make their lives more difficult? Okay, winner of the Frankenstein Prize for Excellence in Mad Science. One reclusive person or set of people are trying to turn anomalies into usable science. Bro, this is literally the LobCorp ending. This is LobCorp. Let's see. Yep. Alright. Like an anomaly that relies on a mystery, Frankenstein prizers will only be trackable after they've made a big mess several times, or sometimes several. Entire careers can have a second goal of tracking down a source of these anomalies and pseudo-anomaly generators. Often they try to become resonants themselves, but forcing it out... They often try to become resonants themselves, but forcing it out on an unwilling anomaly can go south in a lot of different ways. The worst part is after all your agents' hard work and trying to stop them, the agency will turn around and recruit them. Little to no questions get asked. Some get some standards triangle. Dude, that's crazy. That is crazy. Imagine after all that, you just get a "you're hired." Wow. Bro, you know what that is? That's like Valve hiring all the hackers for Counter-Strike. And don't forget me. Antagonist, faction, friend, I can be whatever you need. Even though I'm stuck inside, my people aren't. Check out your region for my urgents, which you can go and learn about in X2. They can sometimes talk directly to your agents in ways I can't. I'm not in charge of them, and we're not all that kind of organized, but I trust that they're doing what they do to get in the way of the agency. Agents will have to meet them and spend time on their anomaly track, so it's a good thing to have an idea of where they're hanging out. They'll recognize them because they look like total freaks. Affectionate. Hold on, I want to see what this page is. So X2. Oh! Oh my! Whoa! Okay. Damn. Okay. That art is crazy. Damn, okay, that's really cool. Yes, you're doing great. Every time you move against the triangle, it gets a little easier to talk to you. I can stick around a little longer this time, and wow, do I have some things to say. I want your friends to meet a friend of mine who goes by Siphon. Not pronounced like the way you think. A long O, emphasis on the second syllable. Wait, so Sipon? Sipon? Mm-hmm. They do care. I hope you don't mind. I shared your resonance pattern with them already, so next time you want to catch up, use your anomaly to get somewhere quiet and wait for somebody who looks like the picture. They'll find you. Their energy can be a little intimidating. They love Seaphone? Seaphone? You know what? Yeah, Seaphone, sure. Let's see. Their energy can be a little intimidating, but they love people. Seaphone is an urgent, and one of the resonants who sided with me and fully embraced their anomaly. I keep their mundane identity from disappearing completely, and they get abilities that aren't possible with the agency's tight grip on your anomaly. Seaphone's powers are uniquely suited to help me out. Their anomaly makes things more themselves, which lets us get those demerits you've been gathering and transform them into a symbol. Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. I see what's going on here. A symbolic of your resistance into actual power against the agency. Oh right, I'm talking to gamers. It's like a shop. Give Seaphone your demerits, and they'll make them more yourself, too. Just don't ask them what they do with them. And one last thing. After this point, things are going to start heating up with the agency. They're going to notice what you're doing, and their moves will get harsher. So here's an offer from you. Retirement option. Join the Urgents. Whenever you want to leave, I'm there for you. The longer you stay with the agency, the more damage you can do, which helps me, but there might be a time where it's better for both of us if you bounce. If that time comes, you can just quit and join the other Urgents. You won't be able to play the game anymore, and you'll have to leave a lot in your normal life behind, but at least you'll be free, and if you decide to take that option, then jump to X1. Ooh, I see. So accelerated development, activate practice or be known. Ooh. Interesting. Wow. Wow, okay. This is really cool. Okay, so just like how we have our commendation shop, now we have a demerit shop. Ooh, ooh, this is so cool. This is so cool, dude. I'm totally down for this. I'm down with this 150%. Realize, create a new anomalous ability that perfectly represents who you are, including a success effect, a transcendence effect, and a failure. Wow, so at 56 demerits, you get to completely just make your own ability. That's crazy. Yeah, how aware of these things are you at? I would assume not very aware. I would assume they would be oblivious to it, and they would have to learn about this on the mission. That's at least how I see this. Also, I see this. Wait a minute. Dive. You receive the ability Dive. When you die, instead of returning to the agency, you fall into the lobby. You can return to reality quickly by emerging near someone who is thinking about you. When you return, pick one thing that has to be changed forever to reflect your anomaly. You cannot pick the same option twice. These changes make it possible your mere presence will begin to create loose ends. Probably because you look like a monster. Dude, I still can't get over this. This art looks so cool on the left. Like, I really love that monster design. It's really cool. Okay, what is X1? Oh, okay. Joining the Urgents. Oh, I see. So on a mission or maybe during downtime. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So like, how I think I would do this is, while you guys are on a mission, there may be hints at something like that, and it really would depend on if the players do end up leaning more towards that. Yeah, I would, exactly. Or like if you're starting to show a bit of disagreement or something like that, you maybe basically scouted. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh, this is very interesting. This is very, very interesting. I just realized this. Let's see. Oh, dude. Okay, so this is what happens if you join the Urgents. Ooh. It would also be really fun if only one player is doing. Absolutely. Yeah, no, because then that's going to make like a really big conflict of interest and a lot of cool like story moments between like the group. Yeah. See, I'm relieved. It'll be harder for me to contact you directly when you aren't at the agent, or when you aren't an agent any longer, but urgents know you are coming. They will guide you where I can't. To survive along them and against the agency, you must embrace your anomaly, and so you must embrace what you have become. The agency casts you down, you fall, but don't worry, I will catch you. Ask the other players the following questions and listen to their answers. What do you love about, or what about me do you love? Why wasn't the mundane world enough for me? What about me scares you? When you look at me, what do you see? Then answer the following yourself. Your former anomaly category is insufficient. Your powers adapt to match a new focus, one uniquely of your own. Select one word of that focus. Subject. You gain complete domain over what that word describes. Your body your body melts away and you are remade to reflect who you really are. This change marks you permanently anomalous, and your appearance is unbound by the rules of reality. What new form do you take? Do you keep, or what of your former self? Do you keep that, or do you discard it? What is your new name? There. I taught you. You will live as long as you remain satisfied. You must embrace your focus, pursue your desires. An urgent, like an anomaly, does not exist without a purpose or without sacrifice. Name each of your mundane relationships, and you may request one final scene with each of them to say goodbye in your new form. Then strike out their name as you are leaving your life behind. Yeah, dude, that's so cool. Oh my god, that is so cool. Let's see. For now, you're the most useful near the agency branch you know. Name where you built a home out of their sight. Though you are no longer part of the mundane world, you are not alone. Describe any existing urgents you seek out, or a new group you discover and join forces with. Be who you are, loud and bright. Show the mundane world that there's more to unravel the agency's lies with the evidence you speak, or the evidence of you. Speak to those who come after you with doubts, hidden but unseekable. Choose 3 of your anomaly abilities. From now on, any other agent at this branch, present or future, can use seek to visit you. Upon reaching 9 connections, they can choose one of these abilities to receive a crack in the system. Add 1 entry to the list of activities that accrue demerits on the field manual. Now each player, including you, the GM, can request final scenes featuring about you. When no one has any more requests, you have retired from the agency permanently. And yet you do not escape. Not yet. This is one more part of you, and I can see so many more. Make another agent if you can. Let's play again. Ooh, that's so good. That is so good. Man, oof. I'm excited. That's so good. Holy shit. I love that. I love that so much. This game kind of plays like a roguelite in a sense, where the longer you're playing, yeah, it's more like the more generations of agents your players go through, it seems like you build the story of that location, you build the story of that branch. So it feels more like, it doesn't necessarily need to be like years later. It could be like you're just another agent at the branch who's, filling in, or maybe a new hire. Dude, this is so cool. Oh my god. This is way cooler than I thought. Because I didn't even think about like the possibilities with the storytelling on this. Like, I knew like there's a lot of options that you could come up with, but man, is this good. Man, is this like way better than I expected with how much like you've got. Wow. Excuse me. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like with the whole Rogue Legacy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Honestly, I think I would totally do that. I think that could be super cool. I think that would lead to like a very cool, like the real plot. Like, so like the players will assume the main plot is you're doing missions, etc. But the bigger subplot that comes in, ooh, that's awesome. I really like where you could go with this. There's like a ton of fun stuff that we can go through here, you know? I think this is very cool. That's true, yeah. And also, I think that's, like, I was thinking about this earlier. I think having the other players play as the relationships for your character really helps, because it adds that X factor. Because, you know, if I'm doing it as the GM, then it's like I already have, like, my, you know, my whole stuff in mind. You know what I mean? So it definitely is a lot cooler seeing all the other options, because with other players role-playing as those characters, there's always an X factor, because they can just say anything off the top of their head and then we have to play with it as real. You know what I mean? I like this. I like this quite a bit. I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed. And I'm very much looking forward to the more. Let's see. Actually, I'm curious, how much more of the book do we have? I'm just taking a quick peek here. Let's see, morning meetings. Where are we? Because I think, oh yeah, we're close. We'll probably end up finish reading the rest of this section, and then I don't think we need to read through the play wall documents, because those are more like the scenarios, and we'll save that for like when those occur, when we do play. And at most, we'll probably just take a look at this really quick. So let me just like copy my page number. And we'll just like take a look at the character sheet after, because that'll be fairly quick. Because I do think, yeah, we are close to the end of reading this. Okay. Let's see. So, morning meetings. Let's see. While they're in the field during an investigation, your agents are going to decide where they go and who they speak to. During morning meetings, you are the decider. This phase is an important opportunity for you to shine a light on the parts of the agent's lives you're most interested in, inspect aspects of your region that you haven't fleshed out, or even pay off a story thread somebody set up multiple sessions ago. Do not waste this time. Each scene in this phase can add something important to the mission. You can follow up on drop plot threads, remind agents what they're working for, even bury clues for the later investigation. There's also an opportunity for agents to affect the world too. Ask a lot of questions and let them fill in details as much as possible. They might just give you an interesting tidbit to fold into the oncoming session. Ooh. Excuse me. So the types of scenes. A life scene. These are the most flexible kind and easiest to come up with. Pick an agent and their most interesting relationship and a location. These can also be useful for showcasing the small but increasingly subtle or unsettled ways that this week's anomaly is impacting the world. I recommend using most life scenes for each of your agents' morning meetings leading up to the first mission. See, role-playing relationships for one another is one of the most fun parts for many agents, and it gives them a lot of power to shape the world even after the internal mission, or the initial mission. It's okay for these to be consistently 2 to 3 of your morning meetings, especially if your field team isn't spending that much time on their reality between missions. So how have things changed since the last mission, and which relationship can best show changes? You put an agent in a situation where thematically resonant with the anomaly's focus. What relationship hasn't been seen in a while? What interesting things happen to you in your area that have nothing to do with anomalies? What relationship has unfinished business with agents right now? And how's the next mission already affecting the world? Ooh. Okay. Scene type. Work scene. These scenes follow agents when they're at the office, socializing with coworkers and focusing on their duties outside of fieldwork. Use these as an opportunity to explore what makes your branch's headquarters and staff unique. Agents are normally kept very busy when their to-do list is finally clear, so they're kept on call. Every task is described as of world-shattering importance, even if it appears banal. This commonplace nature of anomalous effects can make things extremely convenient, but just as easily makes more work challenging. Doors change destinations, hallways extend while you're walking through them, supervisors appear behind you with no warning. Yeah, I know, right? I am not going to read that first line. Is it easy to get around or labyrinthine? What was the internal politics like? Does anyone have a good desk, parking space, or locker? Why? Does your branch feel important, ignored by agency at large, or overly influenced by the choices of a larger nearby branch? What is your field manager's general manager doing between briefings? What is each agent's relationship with their department supervisor? How does the agency feel about your agent's choices? Do they let them know? Let's see, are staff being rewarded for time well spent or being forced into grueling makeup work? How does it smell? Or does it smell like that everywhere? Here are things I've found to be most true about branches. Chain of command is difficult to follow. Most people only know their direct supervisor and their direct reports. If the trail is following long enough, it begins to look like a looping back onto itself. Orders and plans often appear without clear source. Each branch has a vault door which connects to the singular vault all branches share. The vault is enormous and carefully guarded, and the enigmatic architects have any idea how to navigate the inhabited, normal briefcase are usually deposited nearby the vault door, but not inside it. See, the agency spares no expense when it comes to some equipment, supplies, or decor, but leaves other items languishing for far past the point of failure. I haven't learned any way to tell which is going on, or which way to get treatment, or why. Ooh. Hey, robot, how you doing, buddy? Let's see. Agents who are not field agents rarely, if ever, appear in the outside world. Talking about home lives is frowned upon while on the clock. Not all of the agents are residents either. Honestly, I have no clue what's up with those weirdos. Interesting. Okay. Power scene. Ooh. Also, I love that it just jumped immediately to like an email. This is so funny. The relationship between a resident's mundane side and their anomalous power isn't always straightforward. The agency is right. The powers they've isolated are the most dependable and predictable ones, but they're not the most powerful ones, and sometimes their agents will want to explore their abilities. Even if they don't, that power can have a mind of its own, especially when it's ignored. How can an agent's anomaly improve their life if they... Excuse me. How can an agent's anomaly improve their life in a way they've avoided? What would their anomaly interpret the agent's current focus to be? Where does the agent tend to go to be alone? To feel safe? Does the agent choose when to explore their power, or does it bubble over when they're agitated by stress, anger, or hunger? How can you get an agent to express their current opinion about being a resident, and therefore an outsider? Do they feel connected to humans, or are they struggling to think of themselves not as one? Something about their anomaly's manifestation changing based on recent events of their last mission. And how might their anomaly be responding to the presence of a strong anomaly appearing nearby? That's actually really interesting questions. I think like these bits are actually really good because you can actually write some like good story beats with these. Like, what if the power, like, does the power communicate to the user in any way? You know, that could be another good one. Very interesting. Who your agents become will depend entirely on their relationship to their power. Prompting their abilities to appear when the agency wouldn't approve can push them to really think about it. What's most important to them, personal power over the world, belonging even at the expense of their own power, or knowing that there's a plan for their power even if it's not a plan that they're going to choose. These are the toughest scenes to build on your own. Don't be afraid to ask a player a lot of questions, and make sure you're not forcing them into something they would never do. Power scenes should also be a surprise development out of one of the other types of scenes. If an agent decides to use an ability in a big way during one of those scenes, lean into changing the tone. After they've begun connecting with escaped anomalies, urgents, and me, these scenes can feel a little bit more like life scenes, and that's a good thing. Ooh. You know, that is another interesting way to go about it. What is the urgent community in your area working towards? Where do they meet? Who else is out there for them to discover if they're moving outside of the agency's attention? Who might notice them using their powers before the agency does? What are they afraid of losing or gaining? What questions might they have about themselves? Okay. You're a general manager. You're closely connected to one of the particular characters, the field team's general manager. Decide on their appearance, personality, history. Where were they? Or were they a field agent before becoming a general manager? Were they brought in from another branch? Or have they always lived here? Do they play mind games? Do they have a mind? Are they one of those rare employees who leave the agency? If so, how do they gain their own supervisors? Or how did they give their own supervisors a slip? You're the general manager, which means you both have an agenda. I hope it's one I'd like. Ooh, I like that. You know, that is also the fun part about this, because you are a character as the GM in this game. So yeah, you even have a whole role in this too, to roleplay, which is really fun. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so here's a quick reference on what you need when you're planning on a mission. Nothing can make you totally ready for what your agents will throw at you, but here's at least for a good start. Identify any lingering consequences of the previous mission, check the current loose end count, and roll whatever weather events. Use a mission type. So develop the mission, anomaly retrieval, cleanup, market disruption. So pick an anomaly, develop an inciting event, and disrupt. Prepare the investigation. What type of investigation is it? Who's involved? What are the relationships involved? Are there any antagonists, factions, etc.? Assign each agent a morning meeting. Let's see, what did the agent do last time? Which life balance did they choose, etc. And then here's a sample mission, which we're gonna skip over. Oh, what's this? Oh, performance evaluation. Oh boy, yeah. So you want to be a good GM, huh? Well, here's some basics to keep in mind. Try assigning commendations and demerit consistently, but don't sweat it if you miss some. Give them out pretty freely, and only resist it if it pushes a character into something more interesting. If a player is manipulating the system to accrue tons of commendations or demerits, that's fine, unless it's boring. Slowing down the game, you can always say that the agency isn't giving out any more for that behavior. Easy. And let's see, when people want to break the rules, like using their abilities in small ways that isn't explicitly covered by their books. Nice. Give them a demerit for breaking a rule and move on. Nice. Easy. That is pretty funny. Let's see. Though in a big way, the agency will notice. And speaking of which, yep, we already read about the performance evaluation. This is, I think, a snip from way earlier in the book. But if not, it basically is just more of this. So following each mission, look at the loose ends and commendations. Yeah, we have to fill this out, and you basically are just relaying the information back and forth. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, some other recommendations. Let's see. I'm going to give the agents a lot of reasons to disrupt the agency. I want them to tear this place apart. But the game is controlled by the agency, and it's only playable while they're employed. Sometimes you need to enforce the agency's boundaries or bounds to keep them from premature retirement. Here's my number one recommendation. If it seems like an agent is acting in a way that the agency would hate, that the agency would notice and really hate, like speaking out against it in a big way, constantly obstructing their coworkers, or accruing astronomical amounts of demerits, push them back on the anomaly work. Okay. Like the triangle just said, you're allowed to manipulate how superlative these are given out, and the time phrase is managed. After a mission, when they're acting out, inform them that the agency has noticed their behavior and shortened their their anticipated time in this position. Give them all the normal benefits of spending time with their anomaly. Okay. I think we kind of got the gist of this. We could probably jump to the next page. Oh, I see. Oh, we're at the end. Oh man. Eventually, things will end. They always do. Mission complete, agents retire, sometimes even branches close down. There's a lot of ways that an agent can eventually retire from the field. These are covered in the play wall documents unlocked while moving through the thing. Okay, so we have joined the agency voluntarily, trying to leave to live normal lives, sneaking away to become an urgent, working so much at the agency that they are no longer able to leave, being fired being fired to fend for themselves after they ignore their job, getting fired after too much time developing their anomaly, dying permanently after losing their life insurance policy. Go to that sucks. Nice. Or maybe make up your own. Retirement happens at different times for each agent, and it doesn't have to be the end of the world for a player, though. When an agent retires, their player can immediately reintroduce a new resident from the region that has been transferred from another branch. Field teams can have veterans and newbies mixed in together. It creates interesting social dynamics and allows agents to close the end of their field careers to influence the next generation. When a field agent retires, it should be given the time and space at the table. Each of the retirement endings above include instructions on how to handle the agent leaving. But if they retire for any other reason, give them a proper send-off, hand control over to the player, and let them invite them to ask any other agents, relations, and coworkers to appear in the scenes that they set up, then allow each player to ask for a scene with that agent if they'd like. After a lot of playing, there are 3 known ways where an entire branch can finish the game for good. Enough agents retire into the agency and it becomes locally omnipotent. Agents are able to free a piece of me, giving me the urgent's control over the branch's future. Or the branch region moves too close to the unraveling and the agency removes it from existence. Go to that sucks. It's W7. Okay. However, none of these are possible when in a single field team's career. They require a lot of focused effort from an entire group, and if your players don't want that thing at the end, it's relatively easy to keep a branch hovering and the status quo for a long time. On the other hand, it is possible if you have players who do not want to create new agents but want to make a final decision on their branch. If this is the case, then get together for a final session and condense time, what does every agent, past and present, want the world to become? Do they work together? Do they fight? Who wins? And at the end of that process, make a decision. Whichever way an ending is reached, go to the play wall document corresponding to that ending and read the page aloud. Answer the questions there. Afterward, rotate between everyone at the table and allow each person to request a scene until everyone's satisfied. Your branch may end another way, and that's fine. Follow a similar procedure, and the future can't come for your world until every player believes it. And maybe you'll return one day. Congratulations! You now know everything you need to be a great GM. Well, everything except all the stuff you'll learn over a lifetime of practice. I hope you had as much fun as I have. Now we can cover all the basics. We can start. Oh no. All right, we can't. We need to go back so you don't get in trouble. Uh-oh. Yeah. Sorry about cutting the party short, but I'll have to leave you here too. If I don't leave, I'll get my stuff. Oh my god. I can't decide what you do from here. I can only hope that you understand where I'm coming from and see what the agency wants to take from you. I don't care if none of you care, then the world is already ended, no unraveling required. Well, I hope to see you around. And there you go. Drop to the last page. Just like that. Places of interest in downtown Terran City. Just kidding, I'm still here. The vigilantism the agent uses their abilities to follow up on a consequence of the previous mission. Ooh, cool. Wait a minute. Possible solo missions. Ooh. Let's see, roll 2 4-sided dice and determine where this is. And this is if we were using their play location, which is the Terran City. Mandatory overtime. Finally, if an agent ever needs to miss a mission and you don't have time to cancel the entire shift, agents can be misaligned in a time spent on their, without much trouble. And if you'd like to keep them caught up, here's what we do. Assign that agent or let them choose a solo mission that they must undertake for the mission they missed. This mission does not need to be roleplayed, although you must discuss what happened between the sessions at the table. So cleanup, development, paperwork. Okay, fair enough. And wait, play wall document lies here. No amount of paperwork can ever prepare you for the full spectrum of the duties expected to perform by the General Manager, but we trust that the guidance, tables, charts, interactive forums, and a brief oral examination contained in the pages of this toolkit have helped you gain the confidence necessary to begin your career. And with this orientation complete, your training now begins in earnest and will continue with every scene you facilitate, every mission you run, and every agent's career that you oversee. One day, after you run dozens of missions for a variety of different field teams, you'll feel that you finally have attained mastery of the principles covered in this toolkit. On that day, you will have successfully complete the first part of your training, reread the contents of this manual, and begin again. We do not need to stress the importance of our shared mission, but we already do so anyways. No less than the fate of all you have ever known lies between the balance, tipped one way or the other, by the field agents who now report to you. The opportunity to shepherd these agents is not granted to just everyone. Let that knowledge bring you comfort on your trials ahead. Yay! That was fun. And let's take a look at this, because this is some cool art. Yeah, there you go. Dude, that's so cool. But yeah. So yeah, this is the playwall documents. We're not going to take a look at this because it is kind of spoilers for other prompts that happen later on. So we're just going to jump to the end where I want to take a look at the character sheets, because this is what we're going to be having our players use. So this is their character sheets. Okay, so they have places to track their stuff, as well as keep track of their quality assurances, their anomalies, and all of their other stuff. Also, I like that there's boxes for their prohibitions and MVPs. Very fun. Stuff for their reality triggers. Backside, where we can have them write out what their skills are, as well as their life work benefits or their competency. And relationships, where they can sort of track who their characters are, and then any of the custom tracks for like the other things, so we can figure out stuff like that. That's pretty good. And what is this? Oh, welcome, agent. Oh, I see. This is the post QA. Answer the following questions truthfully so that the agency and your coworkers can learn more about you. So I guess this would be like where you put your lore. Also, why I can't believe this is actually a question. What is your level of familiarity with Adobe, Excel, and the Google Suite? I hate it. I hate it here. One last kick in the teeth, huh? And let's take a look at some of the art here on the way out. Nice. Very cool. I like this. That was a ton of fun. That was a really, really, really fun read. And if you haven't, I recommend it. Definitely check it out. So I guess that is kind of where we end off on here, because the next step for us is to build the game. And for that, I guess I'll talk about it for a second here. So we actually did end up reading through this. This was actually a very fun read. If you haven't read this or hung out here with me as we've been going through it, I totally recommend it. It's very good. So what I am going to do next is I'm going to see if I want to say probably next week, I'm going to see if I could set up it's going to be a subscriber stream where if you're subscribed, you can always pop in and watch. And I'm going to sort of sit down and we're going to work on building the campaign. And it'll take a little while. We may need to do this in more than one stream, but the idea is we're going to work together and try to build our campaign. Maybe we'll use the setting that's in the book. So we might use Terran City, or if we want to, we can even go with a smaller town. It sort of decides. They recommend asking your players what type of location you want to use. So it could either be a small town, a large city. If we go with the setting in the book where the headquarters is located, it is a larger city. So we might do something like that. But I'll sort of ask around with some of the people who I'm looking to be players and see sort of how they feel about it and what might work for them. Because I want everyone to sort of be involved a little bit so I can sort of ask a couple of people around, see what they feel about it, and what they want the setting to be, because then from there I can work out a bunch of other things, and I think that would be a lot more interesting. You know what I mean? So that's going to be that. Next, so yeah, I want to say maybe next Wednesday. I'll double check the schedule, but next week there will definitely be a subscriber stream where we're going to sit down and work on that. So you can keep an eye out for that. And if you're not subscribed, well, don't worry. You can always use a Prime. Or if anything, you can always, I think it gives you like a little bit of watch time so you can see what we're up to before we, really get into it. But you can keep that in mind if you so choose. So anyways, I gotta say, it's been a ton of fun. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, and say if you're still hanging out here, thank you for going back and forth with me on this. I know I'm like, dude, I got super into it. This book is really fun. Like it's not even just a good tabletop game, because we have to sit down and play to determine that. But is it a fun read? Absolutely a fun read. This is like one of the most engaging DMGs I've read in a while, or just like player's handbook, because it's fun. It has a lot of flavor. It's got a lot of character with its art and how it bounces back and forth and like openly just changes a bunch of stuff. I thought that was really cool. So let me see if there's someone we can raid into. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. Actually, hold on, let me jump back over here, because we're getting ready to wrap up. So one of the other funny things actually is, so tomorrow, let me just pull up my calendar and just confirm this. Yep. Tomorrow, we're going to be back here playing Xenosaga with Kyle. So if you are looking forward to yet another disaster stream featuring myself and Kyle, you can expect that tomorrow. I will re-up the channel point goal again, so you can expect that. And I gotta say, thank you guys again for all the rates. I appreciate you guys popping in tonight. It's been a ton of fun. And yeah, I'm gonna be back here tomorrow around 8 p.m. EST with Kyle. I'm gonna play some Xenosaga. And then on Friday, me and Hime are going to be continuing what we started during the New Year's Eve stream, which was, I believe it's In the Shadows of Glory. I just might have to double check, because I do know I still need to write my letter for that. So we're going to do that, and that'll be more journaling. So you can expect a lot more of that. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of fun stuff. I know there's going to be just a lot of stuff planned in the future. I know, Xenosaga is going to be really funny, because unfortunately, I don't know how you guys did it, but we somehow got Kyle to try and set himself up. So now he's trying to play along with me, kind of like how whenever we play any of the SMT games. So yeah, you can imagine it's going to be very silly, a very, very silly occasion. Okay, so let me see who we can raid out to, because I know it's late, but who's still up? Ooh, you know what? We're raiding out to Claudia, because Claudia is playing Metaphor, and that game is very cool. Yeah, that's another game I want to actually stream at some point. But let's raid out to Claudia. They're pretty cool. You were talking about like a ton of like Final Fantasy stuff as well too. So you know what? Here, I'm going to give you guys a raid message. Feel free to change it however you like. And there you go. That will be your raid message, everybody. And I am going to get us over there. So we're going to raid out to Claudia, who's playing Metaphor, which is a really good game, by the way. You should totally check it out. Metaphor is pretty chill. And we're going to do that. So on that note, have a good night, everybody. I will catch you guys tomorrow. See you later.